Only one way to start this podcast. Only one way. Steve, now vibe.
The only way to start this podcast should be Mike.
Now vibe. See, relax. Now vibe. Where are my shades?
No. It's fine. I'm relaxed now. I'm chill. I'm vibing now. It's fine.
Hey. I on a vibe. How you feel?
A nice job.
Now vibe. Come on. Steve, you can't be whistling to this record. It's disrespectful to Doja Cat. It's disrespectful. You can't whistle to it. Ayo.
Our fellow South African sister.
Yes, now.
She's South African.
Her dad is South African.
Yeah,
Where's her mom from, Ayo?
I think she's the Yankee one. I'm not sure.
Okay. Her mom is black. The dad is white, right?
I don't know, but I know her father is South African. Probably black.
Or is it okay? Who can tell me who wrote this record? It's all up in your face. Listen to the chorus very well. The person is on the chorus. Listen now. Did you hear that? Hear it again. I love this rapper.
But they got a problem. Put some babies in your life and take away the drama. Put the paper in the picture like a diorama. Gotta face a lot of people that are opposite. Cause the world told me we ain't got that common sense. Gotta prove it to myself that I'm on top of shit. And you would never know a guy without a goddess. Is honest, is fucking honest, kidding. I could be on everything. I mean, I could be the leader, head of all the states. I could smile and jiggle it till his pockets empty. I could be the CEO just like a Robin Fenty. And I'ma be there for you cause you on my team, girl. Don't ever think you ain't hell of these niggas' dream, girl. They wanna pit us against each other when we succeed. And for no
guys, you should know who wrote this record now. This is an Afrobeat record.
I know an Afrobeat record. Tiwa Savage.
No. But Tiwa has worked with this person.
Is it sense?
No.
Amare.
No.
Oh no.
The person is on the hook. Listen to the hook very well. Can you hear that? The person says, "Hey." There's only one person that makes this kind of Afrobeats. No, it's American Afrobeats. Jidena, guys, Jidena.
The way they talk and be like woman, that's the problem with that. You know, describe her well.
No, but I had to keep it.
Does Jidena identify as a guy, as a man?
Yes, he does identify as a man, Steve.
I don't know. Okay. Is there an update I missed?
I've not seen.
No. I'm just checking just to be sure.
A full Igbo man.
Oh, okay. He released the last video I saw him. The last video that went viral. It doesn't. That didn't look erotic.
No, sorry.
Sorry, you said Steve. Take it again.
I said the last video of him that went viral, it didn't look erotic at all. Like, you know.
What video went viral?
The video of him talking about women he has hurt before in his life, blah blah blah. Some just weird stuff, you know, in my opinion.
When you mean weird, he was talking about women he had hurt with the kind of relationships he has had. He opened up and was just being honest. How is that weird?
It's as weird to me. I didn't understand it, so that's why I said in my own opinion.
Okay, so weird from a man's perspective, or weird from being an Igbo man?
Weird from just the norm. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I didn't know what the agenda was. I didn't know what the narrative was. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know if he was promoting something. it was confusing to me. That's why I said it was weird.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I saw it as being very honest and very open. Although they killed him on social media for that shit. They killed him.
Oh, so I was not the only one. I was the only one. I thought I was going crazy to think I was the only one that thought it was weird. You know?
Nah. But basically, social media, you can do literally anything, and you know, some people will praise you.
Yeah.
You know, another community just kills you.
Yep.
Yeah, and contrary to contrary to popular opinion, when a man opens up and shows his feelings and everything, I believe women actually take that as a very unattractive trait. Even though they will tell you, we need you guys to open up and be vulnerable for us, blah blah blah. Let me tell you something, guys. Team vulnerable doesn't work. Ayo, please chime in.
You're right now. That vulnerable thing is just stuff they learned from Oprah or some wise woke counselor. It doesn't, guys, don't work. Bottle it up in your chest and go for therapy on your own. Go and physical therapy. But say you're opening up to your partner, chest is like a man. No? There's nothing like that. Too. Nothing makes a woman drier faster than you being vulnerable. Please. Thank you.
All right, you heard it from the wise one. You are welcome to another episode of your favorite podcast, the best podcast on the land. You don't get anything. You know what? Before I even start this intro, right, I was talking to somebody and the person asked me, right, can you give me 2 or 3 podcasts that really dig in deep? And at the top of my list, I couldn't name 5. Name 5. Out of Nigeria, I couldn't name 5. And I'm not talking about niche podcasts that center on like sports or history.
Yeah, I understand. You're talking about general podcast.
Yeah, pop culture podcast that really talk their game, that really talk their their stuff. So for us to be on that list, congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Yep.
And congratulations to everybody that listens. Let me get back to the intro. You are welcome to another episode of Loose Talk Podcast. It's the best podcast in the land. It's where you get the realness. It's where you get the good stuff. You get addicted. Every Monday, we hit you guys up in the morning. If Nana is fit and farm, it's basically up to Nana if you get it early in the morning. But you get it on Mondays. I have with me my 2 amazing, incredible hosts. The one and only Steve Dede, the lead researcher. I solo like his solo's finest.
No. Let's not do this. Solo only.
Please do not interrupt. Please do not interrupt the introductions. I consider it very rude.
Okay.
Also known as
exactly how I considered the title of last week's episode.
Ayo, can this guy? What is this?
I'm going to sue you people.
The I solo like his solo champion. The It's Solo's finest.
I'm staying Bagada now anyway.
So. You say he's staying Bagada. It's Solo's finest. It's not only like Bagada, it's Murtala Mohammed Airport that you stay. You see, you've made me lose my train of thought. I was going to go for a perfect intro. I don't understand how this happens every week. AKA, now we get Lagos.
Okay.
I'll take that. Please.
I'll take that.
Every pro Lagos person, if you have an issue with that, please just direct your attack straight to the Solo's finest. Yes, the lead researcher extraordinaire, Steve Dede. Welcome to the podcast. Thank you. And of course, we have Ogba's finest talking about, the one and only
CEO Excellence Hotel.
Yes, the CEO of Excellence Hotel. Been there for years. And see, I'm telling you, it's synonymous to IO. It's synonymous to AOT2. Right? He's been here forever. Excellence Hotel has been here forever. You understand? So, if it depends on how you want to look at it. I look at it the way I look at it. Stand strong, firm. Inflation, a day. Recession, a day. You understand? Change of political party, we day. Political party merge, we day. Broom, we day. Umbrella, we day. You understand? The one and only Ayo Oluwasegun Tayo II.
Thank you.
When are we expecting a more? It'll be wild.
Whoa.
In the nearest future.
AOT3.
Yes, AOT3 also,
it's
hosts
planned
his
already.
own podcast.
It's planned already. People don't just know.
AOT3. Is it
the naming ceremony? When the naming ceremony happens, people don't know, but I'll just put it there. You see, now I thought it to be
AOT3. All right. So, but we have AOT2 here. AOT3 right now is in heaven, I believe, preparing.
Yeah.
Yes, preparing. Just waiting for the vessel that will bring him here. That's what we are waiting for. Or her. AOT3 too. Yeah. Right. Can AOT2 be?
First child it has to be a girl.
Oh, so AOT3 is a girl. That's crazy.
Definitely has to be
I
a girl.
love it. I love it. I love it. Girls are the best. Shout out to all the girl dads out there. That's the shout out for this week. All the girl dads out there. You got a girl? Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All the girl dads. All the girl dads listen to the pod. We know what you guys go through. If you have a daughter who is in their like adolescent years, I'm talking about maybe like 14 to 18, write us and tell us your experience of having a first girl and putting your daughter on game. I have girls as well, and I put my own kids on game. This is what you listen to, just putting them on game. Write us, guys. Tell us how it is just raising a girl. All right. What's popping this week, guys? What has been happening to you guys? Let me start with AOT3. Oh, sorry, AOT2. What has been popping this week?
Content creation, working. I think our bosses or my bosses in the office decided they just want to overkill us with work. So we are just, running the ground. We've passed the half of the year. So new quarter, new goals and all that. So that's what I've been doing. A lot of content work has been coming my way too. I have a hosting gig somewhere. I'll tell you when it's ready. It's almost ready anyway, Sha. It's about Nigerian music. But just keep your fingers crossed. So yeah, we are just spreading the gospel of Afrobeats every single day. That's what I did last week. That's how my last week was basically anyway.
That's dope. I'm looking forward to see you host more gigs. I think you've done a lot of panel sessions and you've been on the speaking end, but I would like to also see you sit on the other side and ask more questions. And I'll tell you, right? Steve knows this already. I'm done with like conferences and all of that stuff. I'm done with it. Especially like in Nigeria, I'm done with it because it's just a lot of talk. There's no action. Right? I believe it's good for like really young people who just want to be inspired. When you're younger, you don't know shit. Like anything can just inspire you. Someone can just say, you just have to believe in yourself. And that can just be the thing that will just unlock everything for you somehow. But when you get to a certain level, you're looking for more quality network, who can you make money with, etc. And then the panel conferences start to because people are just saying generic stuff and you don't really connect with it.
True.
A COO of a company can just start talking about like data that you can find on the first page of your Google search engine result page. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you're looking for more qualitative stuff. So conferences, and I feel like one of the things that's important for like conferences is who is leading the panel session. If you don't have somebody who can lead the panel session and get out the quality from the guests or from the panelists, then that whole session is just drab. And most times what you have is, they get like journalists, but the journalists just ask generic questions. It's just too generic. Like you have to really zone in. And for me, if I'm going to do any conference or put together a conference, I'm going to take out the 3 people on the panel. I'm just going to do like fireside chats all through.
Yeah.
Right? So get like the most qualitative people who know their job, not because they have a nice following on Twitter and they're like Twitter CEO cool or whatever, right? Get like somebody who's an expert, do like a fireside chat with that person, one-on-one, put the spotlight on that person and just drill in 15 questions where you're going to get like 15 amazing answers and then you can build content from there or do whatever. So
I agree.
Seeing you on the other side of like hosting it and asking the questions, is going to be more interesting. Because, hey, man, I've watched some stuff. I've followed a couple of stuff, especially in the music and entertainment space. The guys asking the questions. Yeah, they need to do their homework. I mean, Steve, you've been to a couple of conferences this year, last year as well, right? I think in the last 2 years, you've been to more conferences than before. Yes. What's your experience? Do you think it still works?
I've been left disappointed with the quality of the conversation. First of all, in terms of the host that you're talking about, I've seen it that, right, people would rather take someone who is, I won't say fluent, maybe has a certain type of accent, right? That is maybe more appealing. Oh, you speak this way, please be our host, right? Without having, for example, I go to like payments and business conferences, for example, without having an in-depth knowledge of maybe the industry, maybe for payments, right? And you put together some certain questions for the person is just reading it out, and there's no good follow-up because the person does not know what the question is all about or what the responses are. Do you get? So that has affected the level of the quality of the conversation. Two, the people they are bringing on are not prepared for whatever they're going to ask them, right? So I believe that an agenda in that way, like an agenda would be the perfect thing to do. Would send out an agenda maybe 2-3 weeks before. This is what we're going to talk about. We're going to ask questions concerning this. This is what we want people to know and stuff like that. I didn't see, from what I've seen so far in the last 2 years, I've not seen. I don't think there's a level. There's a high quality, high level of preparedness, right? In preparation in terms of how the conversation is crafted and stuff like that. So yeah, to your point, I've been very, very disappointed. And you're actually very, very correct with your assessment of it. And for young people, it's very, very good for networking. It's very, very good to meet people and start conversations. If you're looking for a job, if you want to enter an industry, conferences and meetups like that are really, really very important. But from where I am right now, where I just want to get things done, right? It's something that I don't. I would rather not, be burdened with. Do you get as of now? Yeah.
Yeah, rightfully said. Rightfully said. I 100% agree with you. And I think the reason why you've attended most of these conferences is work related. It's because your
It's work
company is
related.
either sponsoring or somebody is speaking.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
work related. And for like one of our marketing strategies is to attend events and acquire leads, talk to people about our business, what we do, our solutions, and that's it. That's why I've attended in the last 2 years. I've attended like several conferences and events.
Just reminds me, as you said, like acquiring leads and all that. I remember attending the Africa CEO Forum a couple of years ago.
I remember
in
that's the last
Kigali.
event for Pulse.
Was that my last event?
Yes, that's the last event for Pulse.
No, it wasn't my last event. I still traveled to Germany and Poland.
Oh, yeah, was it after or before?
That was after.
Okay.
2019.
Okay.
Yeah, and I remember, I don't remember attending any actual conference because my job was just go and acquire leads. So I spent the whole time, right? And I went with someone else who was the CEO of one of the sister companies, right? And our job was basically go there, go through the app. They had an app, and you had like all the attendees in the app, and then you could request to have a one-on-one with the person, and so people would attend and all of that. So the strategy was very good, right? The strategy was I would come from an editorial angle, and then we had like somebody coming from like the sales angle. So we would draw in the person, the CEO or whoever, and they were happy to grant the interviews, right? And so we would draw in the CEO or the high-level exec who we had identified were decision makers in their companies.
Their company.
Yeah, because if you're not a decision maker, man, you're just wasting your damn freaking time. You can talk from now to whoever. The person say, yes, absolutely. But if you're not making the decision in the company, I don't want to talk to you. Anyways, so we will do this interview and everything. And they'll be so impressed because I would have done my own background. And there are 2 sets of backgrounds I used to do, like background on the person to build small talk, and then background on like the company. So before we even start the interview, if you were a CEO or like you're a high-level exec at an insurance company and you move from another insurance company, while I'm setting up the mic for you and everything, I would just start the small talk and say, oh, I remember when you moved from here to here in 2018 was big news, blah, 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 blah. You understand? And maybe read the person's quotes. And so the person would just be like, wow, okay, this person really knows and has followed me for this number of time. And then I've kind of drawn them in, and then we do the interview, and the interview is like really good and they're really impressed, right? And trust me, Nigerian journalists make it easy for me to
It's very, very easy. Yeah.
to do interviews because
the bar is very low.
The buy is is where Dangote's crude oil machine is right now in the damn freaking ground. That's where the buy is. So they're really impressed. Then I just bring in my colleague who comes from the sales perspective and says, hey man, thank you so much for doing this. Apart from we being like an editorial company, we also have this digital marketing, content marketing company that can help you. And then boom, boom, emails exchange, phone numbers exchange, and then we can then follow up. So we spent, I think, 2 or 3 days just doing all of that. And we had like this massive sheet, and our boss had given us like these very big targets to make sure we acquire all those leads. So, talking about conferences and networking, I did not attend apart from the opening event, so to say. I didn't attend any other thing. I was just looking. I spoke to the CEO of BOA, and I remember checking in with Ortega, who works for the federal government now. Shout out to him, where we connected and all of that. Yeah, just memories, man. Steve, how was your week?
Oh, it was good. Work-wise, put in the work as required of me. Just kind of busy doing other stuff. And that's it. Just lots of work, just trying to really, putting in an effort to be better than I was, yesterday, last week, last year. Do you get just consistently trying to put in the work. That's how my week went. And Saturday played football as usual. And I'm here recording with the fam,
Fabulous. My week went well as well. I got to my kids on holiday now. So
Awesome.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because they just have unlimited time,
Yeah.
and all of that. But it's also a good thing. So we give them like 1 week break to just do whatever. And then the start of this new week, I have to like plan what they do.
Activities for them.
Yeah. And the activities, while you also want them to study and all of that, but you also want them to do some extracurricular activities as well. So you have to like plan all of that. And that's what I'm going to do today. Just plan everything down to a concise timetable that they need to follow. So that they don't just spend the holiday doing anything, just doing nothing, basically, or just watching TV. So coupled with work, good stuff. Let's get into it, man. We have a power-packed episode for you guys today, and we're going to start with nothing more than the upcoming protest. That's what we're starting with this week. Who wants to give us a backstory to what's happening? We talked about this protest last week, right? It was talked about last week. Yeah. And so let's just put it like this. Nigerians, there's a End Bad Governance in Nigeria upcoming protest that has been slated for August 2nd, which is Friday, right? Basically, we're recording on...
Okay, no. I thought it was August 1.
Is it August 1st or August 2nd? I think it's... I'm not sure.
August 1st.
August 1st, right? So there's an August 1st protest. It's an End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. Yes. Basically protesting bad governance in Nigeria. And of course, this has been brewing for some time, but I guess it was accelerated or heightened by what happened in Kenya. The recent finance bill protest in Kenya. I think because, and that's the thing about protests. Like, I think we talked about the Arab Spring last week as well. You have like one drop of ocean somewhere, and then the ripple effect, you start to see it, right? So we're seeing that as well. And yeah, as like clockwork, everybody has started responding to the protest. And what has even not overshadowed, but has now become a talking point is how different arms of the government and stakeholders, right, in Nigeria have been reacting to the protest or to the upcoming protest. I'm talking about the military, I'm talking about the DSS, I'm talking about religious leaders. Everybody has been warning people to not protest, to stay away from the protest, and they all have their own reasons, right? Yeah. So the Nigerian military, warned against the nationwide protest, and they said it might lead to anarchy. Right? Literally, that's what they said, right? They said, given the situation, there are already indicators that unscrupulous elements are bent on hijacking the planned protest for violent purposes. So that's their own angle that they are coming from. This was a statement released by the defense headquarters saying that, it might degenerate into anarchy. There's a reign of terror based on the situational analysis by the military high command. That's basically what they said, right? The DSS also released a statement. They put it out on X saying what they counsel against the planned protest. That's the first thing they said, right? They've said that they've also identified, among others, the funding lines, the sponsors, and collaborators of the plots. So to protest in Nigeria is legal, right? You can go and get a license, not a license, but like an approval.
Like a permission to do that.
Like a permit, right? You can go and get a permit that you want to protest. Boom, boom, boom. We've seen those documents flying around and all of that. But then it's very interesting how, and I think this is the first time in a long time where we've seen everybody just come out of the woodwork to say, guys, do not do this protest. Is it surprising to you guys?
It's not surprising to me. The Bible says the wicked man flees when nobody's chasing him. I think they are G3. I think they know the situation of things. When I say they, I mean the administration. They really know, like, okay, the numbers are not looking good. They're not favoring us. And there's genuine anger in the land. A hungry man is an angry man at the end of the day. And they are, obviously, they're not stupid. They've seen the Arab Spring. They've seen what has happened in Kenya. And they know what can snowball into that. Obviously, they've seen what happened with NSAS, which was almost, you could have gone there if you really went there, and they just want to stop that dead on the track. Because that is simple as that. They do not want any form of protest. They don't want the voice of the masses to gain any momentum where it will go beyond end bad governance to, like some people are already saying, Tinubu wants go, and there's nothing as volatile as when the unheard rise up and just lash out in anger. Kingdoms have been destroyed, thrones have been broken apart, empires have been taken away because of people coming out to protest at the end of the day. And they know that, it's real. Like I said, the Nigerian political elite is not stupid. They are smart. They know the game. They're smart. And they know what it can mean. So they started pointing at everything. You could see how Lagos has already, the angle that Lagos is using to attack it already. They're bringing back the Igbophobia thing that was used during the elections. The DSS are saying, it's anarchy. Other people are saying, give Tinubu more time. So they're just throwing everything around just to create, there was a Lagos State Twitter account, which is not associated with the Lagos State government. It's just called the Lagos account. It's just a Lagos Twitter account. And there are claims that the Oro Festival will happen. I don't know when Oro now became a festival that is like Afro Nation or something. Oro Festival will happen the same period when this end bad governance in Nigeria protest will happen. So you can see the scare tactics, you can see the fear mongering, just to make sure that people are not going to go out and protest. I'm seeing certain elements backing us from the protest already. So yeah, I'm not surprised at it all because, bro, the voice of the people is the voice of God at the end of the day.
Voice of people is the voice of God. Tinubu also met with, governors, traditional rulers, and Islamic clerics ahead of this protest, like I think 2 weeks ahead of the protest, right? And shortly after this protest, the, religious leaders, everybody, boom, 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 just came out and started either denouncing the protest or just, encouraging people or discouraging people rather to attend the protest. It's like clockwork. It's like everybody's just aligned, right? And it's like them versus the people. It's like everybody in high positions are on one end, and then the Nigerian people are on the other end. I want to read something that was part of the DSS's statement, and I think it's very tone deaf, right? They said, based on the foregoing, the service wishes to warn all protest groups to eschew from eschew any form of proposed rage, anarchy, and spoliation. They say this is the crazy part. While the different levels of government have routinely explained their agenda to ameliorate the alleged harsh economic conditions, the service urges the prospective protesters to listen to the voice of reason, good conscience, and patiently engage with authorities in the interest of peace. Explain the agenda to ameliorate alleged harsh economic conditions. To me, I think AI wrote this because, and I'll tell you why. Because AI is not going to buy rice.
Yes.
Do you understand? I can't believe a human being wrote this that lives in Nigeria or not,
But
whatever.
it's
Because you have,
possible.
I don't think like a human being wrote alleged harsh economic conditions. That's the problem I
Legend.
have. And that's the problem. Like you can't see, like insane environments, you can't even write this because you are lying.
Yeah.
Do you understand? All data proves is public knowledge that we are in a harsh economic condition right now. Inflation,
Yeah.
food inflation is 40%. And then you are saying it's alleged. Why? How can you say this is alleged? It's like rain is falling, and then you are saying the alleged rainfall, or somewhere flooded, and you say the alleged flood.
Mm-hmm.
How can this be? And this is coming from the DSS. These guys are gaslighters. And this is even more annoying than, counseling against any planned protest, in my own opinion.
Look, every Nigerian government, right, has always frowned upon protest, right? And they've always, I think this is like the playbook of Nigerian politicians and Nigerian leaders, right? So this is not the first time, police is reacting to protests or even GSS, right? But what is different with this particular protest is that, with this particular government, is that they've been able to get the support of every important institution in speaking against this protest, right? And that's, when we talk about like Tinubu, like as a president, and why, like personally, why I didn't want him. When you see somebody who, and someone on Twitter made a great point one time, it has never left my head during the campaign. It's like, listen, when Buhari leaves government, you're never going to hear about him. And look at him, like Buhari has no influence whatsoever in what is happening in Nigeria. He's just chilling in his farm, right? If you can call that a farm with 2 cows or whatever it is, right? He's just there chilling. He doesn't even comment on national issues. That's how the typical Nigerian politicians are. Do what they can do, allegedly steal what they can steal and go away. With Tinubu, you have a man who's very, very crafty and who's very, very knowledgeable, intelligent on how to capture like a state. Like when I mean a state, how to influence and gather people. Someone has been allegedly running Lagos since 1999. There's a reason he has been able to do that, because he's very, very intelligent and very deliberate in getting people to work on his own whims, right? So he's not the president. We've given him the national, the key to the national economy or national whatever it is, right? And this is what he has done in just 1 year. He has made sure this man woke up one day and said, "I want to change the national anthem," and the Senate just like with speed approved everything, and he went on, right? So that's what he has been able to do. He has been able to get all the support of the important institutions in the country, institutions who are supposed to be standing by the people, right, are now standing by the government, by the politicians, and that's where fundamentally, like, that's so wrong. That's where we've messed up with the choice of our president. But that's by the way. The reaction to the protest is expected because of who he is, right? And I don't have faith. Talking about the protest system, I don't have faith over this protest. One, I've never seen a protest in the history of Nigeria that has been so planned in the sense like a month to protest. You're saying we're starting protest by so and so. I can't remember NSA starting this way. I can't remember subsidies starting this way, right? So I don't have so much faith in this protest. We're going to get to that later. I don't know what the agenda is, and I think it's just too federal government focused, right? What's its end bad governance? who's bad governance from where? Tinubu or your state governor or your local government chairman. We have to be very, very careful of what we're trying to drive. And my last point concerning this, I hope my Igbo people are listening. I hope you people, in terms of in groups or in any sort of tribal representation, are not going to play a part in this protest, because at the end of the day, history has shown that you people are going to get the blame for it. So make everybody they move wisely.
They've gotten the blame already now.
Okay, all right.
A special advisor.
And yeah, he said he's an iPod something.
Yeah, that's an SSA to media, right? Bayo Nonuga.
Yes.
Yeah, he already attributed the protest to being organized by Peter. Was it IPOB? Or did he mention? I think he mentioned
Peter
obedience.
Obi, he mentioned, it
was threefold.
Yeah, and that's another level of that's bigotry. That's fear mongering. Yeah,
exactly. Do you get? So I just hope everybody just be careful with how they move. And personally, if this protest is not spearheaded by Northerners, I don't think anybody should bother to follow up, because I see that there's a kind of movement there going on.
Yeah,
and I think that's why presidency has been really, really moving fast in terms of quelling it, calling Islamic religious leaders, getting them in a meeting and telling them to go there and encourage people not to go to protest. And it has been targeted to the north, right? I think for us in the south, it's been fear from like using the DSS and the police and stuff like that to just put fear in our minds, right? But for the northerners, I think there's a lot of they're going the religious routes, trying to use religious leaders to quell grievances and let everybody encourage everybody not to vote, not to protest and stuff like that. So yeah, it's these people are not idiots. They're smart, and that's why they are able to do what they do in Nigeria in terms of not empowering us enough and just stealing what belongs to the people. It takes intelligent people to do it. They're not idiots. They are very, very intelligent in corruption and in state capturing. And what do we do about it? We failed to do that in the last election. Hopefully in the next election, we are informed enough to make the right choices. And that's it.
Very well said. I want to pick on the point of protesting. What is end bad governance in Nigeria? When you hear, there's an end bad governance in Nigeria protest, what does that mean? Like, end bad governance in Nigeria? I need to understand. If someone can help me articulate it, guys, if you guys are here,
I can't
articulate end bad governance. So, we faced the people in power. Let's face the people, right? And this is not to take away from this is not tone deaf, and this is not to take away or belittle, how people feel, because obviously this is a reaction to the harsh economic realities and some of the things that we're seeing, right? This is why we are here. So, but yeah. I think, in my humble opinion, I think the strategy of protesting like this doesn't yield really good returns. Does not yield returns where change is effected. I think there's going to be a lot of noise, but I think just like a lot of protests we've seen in the past, when you don't have actionable insights and you don't have actionable points, and I'm sure there's maybe some agenda floating around somewhere, I don't see how you solve the problem. Clearly, and we've had this conversation in the group, right? What I would love to see, when you say end bad governance in Nigeria, if that's the protest, I want you to look at, let's just do a quick experiment. If you live in Nigeria right now and you're listening to this podcast, I want you to answer a few questions. What is the name of your local government area chairman? What is the name of your House of Rep members that is repping your constituency?
In the State Assembly and the National Assembly.
Yes, in the State Assembly, which is the Senator, right? And the House Assembly, which
the State Assembly is like House of Assembly now.
Sorry, the State Assembly and on the federal level.
On the federal level, yeah. Federal level is House of Representatives.
Yes, I want you to know. I want to ask you if you know who these people are. These people are more connected to you as a Nigerian, right, than the federal government. That is why we have
100%.
states, guys. You voted these people. If you didn't vote, your constituency voted these people into power, and they are the ones making the decisions on your behalf. So when people say, "Oh, they just woke up and changed the national anthem," no, they didn't just wake up and change the national anthem. People who represent you in those houses, right? You
Supported
voted
the
them
notion.
in. You voted them in. So let's take a step back and look at it and say, how do I start to solve my problem? While the FG can still make the final decisions that will affect the economy, right? Let us make, some simple decisions here, which is if you see that you have a problem in your neighborhood, you have a problem with how you're living, the only way, let me explain this, the only way you can start to make a change is if you do it legally, right? And how do you do it legally? You ensure that the people who are representing you start to, one, not approve some of the policies that the governments are making that you feel like will affect the economy, etc., right? Go and face those people. The protest you want to do, if you fragment the protest and face the LGA and those other people, the people who are being given the budgets. We saw the federal, what's the FAAC?
What was that?
Federal allocation.
Yes. What's it? I want to know the full meaning. Yes, the Federal Account Allocation Committee, right? This is the money that has been allocated of funds to states of the federal government of Nigeria. I don't know if you saw that infographic recently.
Yeah.
To different
Right?
states.
Yeah. Sorry.
Of different states. We saw the infographic. All of us almost lost our minds here. In Delta State, Delta was from January to June of 2024, federal allocation, right, to these states. Delta State was given 260 billion naira. River State was given 197 billion naira. Akwa Ibom, 179 billion naira. Lagos, 161 billion naira. Bayelsa, 157 billion naira. Kano, 84 billion. 84 billion. Oyo, 66 billion. Edo, 65 billion. Anambra, 65 billion. The list on this list, no pun intended, is Ogun State, which is what? 40 billion. End bad governance in Nigeria. The federal government has given the states. Do you understand? They've given the states money.
But this allocation, was it for 2023?
No, this is 2020. This is January to June 2024, my brother.
Damn.
So Bayelsa has received 175 billion from the federal government, right? I need to understand why
there's no urban area in 2024. There's no urban area in Bayelsa for context. There's no urban area in Bayelsa State. Yes. I don't consider anywhere in Bayelsa urban. Steve Dede. I don't consider anywhere.
That's a large town.
Capital,
There's no urban area.
Anywhere, I swear. I've been to almost everywhere in Bayelsa. There's nowhere I consider. There's no way you can go in Bayelsa and look and say this is an urban settlement in 2024.
All right, let's pick Lagos, right? Let's now pick Lagos and let's do a drill down. The 2023 federal allocation revenue disbursement, right, to the 20 highest earning local government areas, just in Lagos, Alimosho in 2023 received 3.24 billion naira. Alimosho local government, 3.24 billion naira. If you are going to do any end bad governance,
go and ask them how they are spending the money.
Go to the local government chairman and say, we want to see a breakdown of how you spend this money, because we cannot see anything in Alimosho local government. Leave the federal government alone. Even at this point, leave the state government. Go and meet your local government chairman. Everybody. But so, guys, you don't even know who your local government area chairman is. That is the fundamental problem we're having. We're all focused,
my own stays
fully
in Lekki, sha.
focused. Your own is in Lekki.
They all
Your own
stay in
stays in
Lekki.
Lekki.
They all stay in Lekki.
Yeah.
When I was living in Ikpaja, right, the local government area chairman stayed in Lekki, and he won the best local government area chairman award in the whole of Lagos. Yes. The place was a shithole. I'll tell you. The guy won the award.
Oh, God.
I'm telling you. These are people who tar a part of the road and then they'll say they've done work. That's always the problem.
This is equivalent to Tinubu staying. This is like equivalent to Tinubu staying in Paris. Like,
yes,
as a resident, like living in Paris.
Yes.
Yes, no.
Is like
You're
what
president of the country.
Who was
not
that?
staying in the country.
Who was that? That's what's his name now? Paul Biya. Paul Biya does not stay in Cameroon now.
It doesn't stay.
It says in
Switzerland. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The same thing with back then, Mobutu Sese Seko.
Yeah.
Those ones, they just come in and they come and do holiday in their country.
The country that govern.
Yes. They'll tell them, say, I'm going to do a holiday.
Something is wrong somewhere.
Do you understand? So, guys, Alimosho local government, if anybody is listening to this and stays there, your local government area chairman received 3.24 billion naira. Where did the money go?
You don't need to go to Lekki toll gate to protest. You need to go to the front of your local government headquarters to protest.
Yes.
That's where you should be protesting, not Lekki toll gate. What does Lekki toll gate has to do with anything?
Do you understand? You go and carry placard. What is the actionable insights from there? What is the actionable insight? Do you think the governor will not say, oh, there's unrest in the city? Okay, since there's unrest, but you didn't tell me what to do, I'm just going to calm you guys. And if you guys can't be calmed, we're just going to send security forces to disperse you guys.
Yep.
But if you go to your local government area chairman, the office or his house, and say, Mr. Oga, what did you do with this money? Show us.
Yes, show us.
Because we cannot see anything. Once you start to do that, you start to effect the change. Because you started, see, your body, they pain you. You get injury. You get injury. You did not take a methylated spirits or iodine and start treating that area. You just went to have your bath and you took Panadol.
When it comes to governance, why are we so useless? Like, why don't we have sense? In Afrobeat terms, we'll come and say, oh, for you to be successful, for you to blow in America, for you to be a successful Afrobeat artist in America, you have to come and conquer your home country first, right? You have to be popular in Nigeria. And that's always been our biggest Afrobeat exports as people who have conquered and dominated the local scene, which now help them spread their art, right? So imagine now you want to go and you want to fix a country. You want to fix it from the top. Do you understand? Like, you want to fix something, you are going to Aso Rock. Say, let's start from Aso Rock. Are you stupid? Let me tell you what can help Nigeria. There has to be an accountability committee or vigilante group in every local government.
Yeah.
Right? That effort will be what we converge at the states to say, okay, we are now building this thing from local government level. We are not holding all the local government chairman, council. Bro, you know what? When you mention representatives, you didn't mention councillors.
The councillors are still
there.
I actually even call those idiots some slack, but they actually part of it because these are the people also encouraging, and not just encouraging, but facilitating corruption.
Yeah.
The problem with those councillors, first of all, all of them are faceless. They're just faceless.
Yes.
By design.
People don't know them.
So there has to be accountability at all levels. Like, start from your local government. That effort will now converge at a certain point to start targeting the governors. Because you know why? When you fist the thing, you fist the bottom, right? What happens? You start moving up.
You're moving up the chain. You're moving up the chain.
Thank you. Your state representatives, your commissioners. What is everybody doing? Then that same effort will be what will now converge at a certain point to the presidency. And that's how it's going to work. You're not going to make me believe that carrying placard that Tinubu must go is what is going to fix this country. Are you fucking stupid? I don't understand.
To see you guys say your local government chairman must go. Put the red dot on him. Don't put the red dot on the governor. Do you understand? Look at the governor in 2023 allocated the money that they received. This is it, the breakdown. They've told you, Ali Mosho received 3.24, Ojo local government
So
in
write
Lagos here.
that amount on your placard, on whatever you are carrying, anything you are carrying to protest. Write it down on Monday. Ask your local government chairman, what did you do with this money? And
You understand?
I'm giving you 5 days to make it public. Give us a list, an accountability
Breakdown.
list of what you did, a breakdown of what you did with this money.
Oh, you did so
Simple.
construction. Who are the construction
Thank you.
companies?
Who are the construction
Who owns the
companies?
construction?
Where
Who
is it
owns the
located?
construction
Thank you.
companies? Those construction companies. We want to see a breakdown of the money spent that you received. All these things are meant to be made public. Osagie Solo in Lagos received 1.86 billion in 2023.
But that's a ghetto.
This is
Do you
my local
understand?
government, so.
Local
Are you
government.
sure I'm the Are you sure I'm the solo champion? Because this money no reach my hand.
You sure? You sure? Bro,
When
this
they tie your
2023, get around this time, I start to see some movements from Steve.
This thing.
I start to
It's
see
in
some
cahoots.
movements. That's when
It's in cahoots.
we couldn't be recording the podcast on a certain day. We just say it's not around. Remember,
In one part of the country.
we had to be moving it around.
Look at what the champions are doing, and you are calling me a solo champion. I beg.
No vex. It was Osagie that carried most of the money.
You know the funny thing about these protests?
Yeah.
Like you said, can you let us know, the masses who are still on the fence, what is your end goal? Like your long-term goal, short-term goal, medium goal for this protest? What are you demanding of the government? Are you demanding that fuel price is reduced, knowing fully well we can't pay for subsidy? Are you demanding inflation goes? Inflation doesn't just disappear by a snap of a finger. So what are you demanding for? Even if you are demanding on the national level, what you should be demanding for right now is a restructuring of the country back to true federalism. You using slogans as headband governance and Tinubu must go. Why should Tinubu go? 80 million people voted for him.
Yep.
80 million people voted for him.
Guy won an election.
It was contested in a court. And he was proven to be the winner. So what are you contesting for?
Do you understand?
So in the eye of the government, you people are mad.
Do you understand? So you just wake up one day and say, the
your
economy
demands
is
are not even
bad.
democratic. Your demands are not
Thank you.
democratic.
It's not.
Your demands are not democratic.
What the fuck are you talking
And
about? Tinubu must go.
The loudest voice concerning these protests, to me, has a messiah complex. And I don't fuck with that guy at all. You've run for president twice. You can't even get more than 10,000 votes, but you still insist on being the light. And you're not going to be in Nigeria for this protest, too. You're going to be in America for this protest.
My brother, inside agenda day.
Agenda day. So,
you understand?
Somebody asked me, am I going to be part of the protest? So I said, well, I don't know the leader, so I cannot join. I don't know what they are fighting for. Like you guys have outlined, if you really want this country to move forward, hold everybody in an office that was elected into an office
accountable. Your home front. Yes.
Accountable.
Conquer your home front before you go and blow abroad.
Conquer your territory.
Federal government has distributed grains and rice to 36 states in the country. Have you asked your governor, where is our rice?
Where's the distribution? Yes. Where's the breakdown of the distribution? Who did you give it to? How many widows benefited from it?
This can be
like,
we've mentioned some talking points. This can be some action points. Oh, going forward, all local government areas, right, chairman, we want the public distribution of these funds to be made public on a website.
On the website, simple.
That everybody can see. Every single, at the end of the year, we want to see how then the contracts that we're giving those companies to, we want to know who those companies are. Oh, those companies must be domiciled in so area so that the benefactors of that thing maybe come from that local government area. You understand? All those things must be. Oh, family members cannot earn from public holders' positions. You know, things like that. Those are action points.
If everybody focuses on the local governments, automatically,
one local government at a time,
everybody is now being checked.
Oh, this House of Rep member
start making bets. Yeah.
This House of Rep member is not doing XYZ. Okay, let's recall.
That's it.
Do you understand? Oh, this state house assembly member, we don't know what he's doing. Okay, recall. Simple. Once you recall 1, 2, the other ones will start doing what? We saw it during NSAS now. Everybody started aligning immediately.
Yes, now.
They almost recalled that woman that went to take relief funds to do souvenir. They almost recalled her now. She started running all around now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? Oh, recall. If you Another thing I want, action point. Anytime in the Senate House, any vote that is made, we now want the vote to be done electronically. Let us
Yes.
know what
So know your voting record.
Our
Yes.
reps,
You
our
know what
reps
to
are
count.
yes.
that is an
Let's know
action
what the
point.
agenda they are
Until that
pushing,
is
the
done,
bills they are
we will not stop protesting.
Yep.
Then the government will look at it and say, okay. That is, see, the finance bill, immediate protest to it. There was no end bad governance. There's bad governance in Kenya now.
Yes.
Do you think Kenya is happy with what we're doing? But this financial bill, this is what we are. This finance bill,
That
this
was
is
the
what we're
action
protesting.
point. That
Yes.
was where they're focused on.
So even if it's a 20 action points to say these are the list of things we want, public domain of all spending. That's why I love what these guys are doing. Budgets. I love what budget is doing. I sent one they did one video infographic, like explainer of what like $1 billion is and like
Yeah.
the money that has been allocated. I don't know if you guys watched it.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it, but I didn't watch it. I saw it.
Steve, you need to watch it. The woman, she was speaking in pidgin. You understand? Those are the kind of things that I want to see. There's soft power in protesting. Soft power.
Yeah.
Put all those things out. Let people see, oh, this is how much is being spent. We talked about it yesterday. If somebody embezzles also a number of an amount of money, convert that into how it can affect people. Oh,
Yeah.
this X number of billions that this person stole, this is 5,000 hospital beds. This is insurance for 5 million people. Do you understand? These are the things that we should. Pipe-borne water is not a talking point during the elections for state governors.
It's not universal.
Do you understand? Pipe-borne water is not at a talking point. People are not, hey, Mr. Governor or whoever is incoming, can you promise us? Can you promise us pipe-borne water? Okay. The person that promises us pipe-borne water will vote for that person. Do you understand?
Landslide.
As simple as that. What are the action points? And that is what we as Nigerians, everybody, that's how we need to align. But going out to just say end bad governance, it's not going to work.
You know, let me prophesy now. The protest won't succeed. And guess who they will blame?
They'll blame young
people watching. They'll blame young people watching Big Brother Naija. That you people lack focus. This is the reason why. So you want me to leave Big Brother Naija and go out to go and chop bullets and eat?
I saw people talking about Big Brother Nigeria. What does the TV show have to do with protesting? Like, well, if you're not ready, you're not ready.
Nigerians don't understand governance yet. We don't still understand governance. We are still playing.
The way politicians think, right? Like you said, they are not stupid. The way politicians think, we need to be ahead of it. Let me read something Remi Adekoya tweeted, right? So I don't know if you guys know Onyekuzi on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
He tweeted something. He said, if you spend 30 minutes with a typical Nigerian politician, you will understand why Nigeria is the way it is. These people are empty, bereft of vision. I am sorry, holding intensive prayer sessions for these people will not replace their empty brains with a first-class intellect. Then Remi Adekoya quotes the tweet and says, you that's a first-class intellect, do you have 10% of what they have? Go and do it if it's easy now. Right? He puts that in quote and says, this is how many Nigerians respond to these kind of criticisms of political big men. No one can convince them that a rich and powerful person is not highly intelligent no matter what. The logic of that thinking is that everybody wants to be rich and powerful, but only a few get to be. So those who do must be special. They must have something others don't. If not, everybody will be rich and powerful. That's something Nigerians will usually attribute to, among other things, a sharp mind. I can't stand the logic, but I get it, especially in the Nigerian context, where there is so much scarcity and so many chasing few resources. It is a very frustrating logic to have to take on, one that can make you want to tear your hair out of your head. But I don't think it's a logic that can be defeated in the court of public opinion at this stage in Nigeria's socioeconomic development. Personally, I feel the most effective line of criticism against these politicians with the median voter is their wickedness and lack of concern for people's suffering, and the fact that there's no light, water, etc. Leaders not taking care of their people is something that goes against the moral instincts of almost all Nigerians. So personally, I think there's a real weak spot in the armor of the Nigerian ruling class today. I totally agree with his submission. And this energy we have, right now, bad governance, blah, 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 all these things we've talked about, like targeting specific people who are closer to you, people who you can see. This is the same energy we need to take when to the ballot every election cycle. It's the same thing we've had when we do elections. You see people fully focused on, Peter Obi almost will win, Kwankwaso, Tinubu. That's not your business. Because that road that you're walking on that has not been tarred, it's the allocation has already been made. The person who gets into Aso Rock is not going to fix that. The health insurance, the public health insurance that you should have access to as a human being, it's not the federal government that is fixing that. The state hospital is not the federal government's business.
In fact, this FAC allocation, right? There might be a possibility that the federal government is saying, we've given you so amount of money to the states. The state is not saying we've given you so amount of money to local government, right? There's a possibility that within this trail, it gets missing in between. Do you get? Like, that's one of the possibilities of the major corruptions that we face, right? In between these trails, the money starts getting missing. When we start asking for accountability from our local government chairman to the last, it
starts going back up.
It starts going back up.
Because
now
I will go back up to the person that gave me the money and say,
thank you. If I'm a local government chairman and you publicly state,
this kickback where you collect, no more kickback.
I can't account for you to thank you. Do you get?
Do you understand? If the person above him doesn't want to give him the kickback, right? What will you do? Is either he outs the person or he resigns.
Thank you. Or resigns.
Another person will enter again. That one too is either you out the person or you resign. One person will get in there and say, I'm not resigning. I'm going to out you.
Yeah. Yes.
But this system and this money, right? And let's keep it a buck. The civil service is one of the most corrupt institutions.
Bro.
And this money gets spread around. And then we all want to complain. It's either we're in or out.
Let's go. Fuck out of here.
And you know the funny thing, Osagie, right? Speaking about suppression of votes from the government, if Nigerians say, let everyone protest at their local government, we have 774 local governments in Nigeria. Trust me, the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police cannot cover 774 in one day. They'll be stretched thin. Say, okay, let everybody go to their local government too. But because you guys are converging at one particular spot, and you are carrying placard, you are giving them a target already now. Hey, look at us, so shoot at us.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Yes, now.
Thank you.
Look at when NSAS protests.
The federal government.
Look at when NSAS protests became violent. That last period where there were pockets of violence breaking everywhere. Police could not handle it. They were overstretched. It took like 2 days to quell that violence. I'm not saying the protest should be violent. I'm just saying if you go and protest peacefully at your local government area, this stuff where the police and the army will say they're using fair tactics to chase all of you, it can't work. Because 774, my guy, 774, that's a whole lot. Before they even started the form strategy and everything, you guys have done like 2 days or 3 days of protest already.
Yes. So let me even state it here. I'm ready to join the protest, but at its solo local governments, the headquarters. That's where I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
That's the
now, let me tell you a story
that concerns me.
Yeah. Let me tell you a story about this rice stuff. So in one particular local government, a colleague of mine told me this story. The local government actually received 2 trucks of rice from the federal government, right? It now got to the local government chairman's office. And guess what the local government chairman told the people in the local government area? That this rice is not for you people since you voted for Labour Party. Wow. Yes.
What?
Yes, my guy. In this Lagos, a local government chairman said it. That since you people voted for Labour Party, there's no rice for you. Guess what those people did? At night time, they now looted like one of the trucks. The whole neighborhood just started looting the whole truck. They now have to call soldiers to start shooting in the air so people can disperse.
Yeah.
So you see that now, Tinubu can say, I've given the state government to say, I've given the local government chairman. No. So you cannot go back to Abuja now and start saying Tinubu must go. Tinubu will say, I've done my job already now.
Relief materials during COVID period. They allocated it to that woman now.
Yes,
She's the one that then what? Indomie.
I remember when Buhari's daughter said, "You people are blaming my father. My father gave out COVID relief materials across the nation, but you people are not questioning the people that are meant to distribute it to you."
She had a point.
It's not a point. As much as you hate Buhari, Buhari can't go to every local government and start. He can't be micromanaging every local government chairman.
He can't.
And
I know it's a lot on Nigerians. I know it's a lot on us because, to be honest, then just bomb me for a year. I'm just meant to work and get my life going. Must I now be fighting everybody for? Yeah, but that's where we find ourselves, and we are the ones that have to do what to steer the ship because you pay your taxes.
Yeah.
Everybody, we all pay taxes. So I get it. Here's one thing we need to do as well, right? And this is where local media is important. We need to put a spotlight on councillors, on the local leaders. Let's just describe them as that, right? Councillors, local government chairman, House of Rep members, right? Anybody representing you, we need to put a spotlight. I'll give you an example. This National Education Research Development Council in Jibo, somebody put a picture up, right? That is, and they are the body in charge of the curriculum used in secondary schools. And someone put a picture up of the building, how the gate is rusted, the building is rusted. If it's so bad like this outside, I can imagine what they are doing inside, right? Figuratively speaking now. In less than a
spotlight.
Yes, in less than I think maybe like 10 days, 10, 11 days, they repainted the whole building because that picture went viral. The story went viral.
Yeah.
Spotlights.
Yeah.
Spotlights.
Yeah.
That's why I love what budget and tracker they are doing. Spotlights. Pick that guy. Oh, who is the LGA chairman that received 3-point-something billion local government? Who is he? Do you understand? What kind of spending has he done? So, and the thing is that these politicians, these guys in offices, they make it easy. He's probably sent his kids abroad, calculate what is his annual pay, what are the businesses he has, how is he able to fund these things?
Yes, there's a paper trail.
Do you understand? Put everything in the spotlight. And then when you are making this protest, how do we make it even harder? Do you know we can start? Oh, in this local government, anybody that is in office, your children can only school in public schools. This is what we want. If you don't do it, we're not voting you in again.
Simple.
And then you start to make it, because you now start, somebody can raise that bill, right? And then say, everybody in the National Assembly, right? We need our representatives to pass this bill. Public schools for public office holders. You don't want to pass it, no problem. In the next election cycle, we won't vote for you. As a matter of fact, we even want to recall you. Do you understand? It's tit for tat in the legal way. Because you can't force anything, and that's the problem. We try to force too many things on too many levels. Force does not work. We go to school in Nigeria, and I was telling my brother about it the other day. We go to school, right from primary school. They ask you what is 2 times 4. You don't know the answer. Somebody brings cane and flogs you. Why are you physically assaulting somebody for not? Do you understand, bro? I sat down one day and I really just thought about it. That we actually get physical as we all of us, we went through this. We were physically assaulted for not being able to solve a mathematical equation. What do you know what that does to your brain?
Mm-hmm.
I remember this poem. I think we're in like GS3, right? And our English language teacher, Mr. Osholo, the guy just said, "Oh, there's this poem in the textbook. We have to read it, and everybody must memorize it." So we had to memorize it and then read it out. And you go one by one. And if you didn't know it, I think the day after, he gave us 2 days. He'll flog you to the point where you are crying. And I just thought about it. Why are you physically assaulting me because I cannot read out a poem? Why?
Because you don't get sense.
Why? And that is the problem. And look at us now. We're trying to use force. We're trying to see, and this thing, you can look at it in different ways. You look at it when the Super Eagles play. There's a lot of force. There's a lot of physical. but we don't use a lot of strategy and tactics.
Yeah, now, yes, now. It's gra.
Police football.
Anywhere Belefi now.
You understand? It's a lot, man. There's a lot going on. Let's keep it moving, Sha. That's what we see him, but let's keep it moving. All right. Moving from bad governance to early entrance into the podcasting world. Dangote. News reaching me is that we might be getting a podcast from one of the richest men in the world. We might be getting his own podcast.
But you say
And
you
he-
can't sort guests for him, so I think he has taken the podcast job elsewhere.
I didn't get the email. I was waiting for the email. I'm telling you, I will sort guests for Dangote. I will sort guests for Dangote. It's not a problem. I email you, say Dangote won't have you no go respond. You know,
Exactly.
Anyways, just continuing on the whole dilemma. Dangote has still been in the media. He's still been talking. He's still been, a lot of drama has happened, right? He's been dropping hints of things that people have now gone to do follow-up and investigations on, right? One of it is we found out that we're importing I believe we're importing fuel from Malta, and then the company that provides that is importing or at least exporting from Malta has been connected, allegedly, reportedly connected to to another company in Nigeria who is owned by a relative of the president, right? All this is alleged, but these stories have been circling. We're not going to go into too much of that. You guys can go and read it. It's public knowledge, it's in the public domain, right? That has been happening as well. But another thing that happened is that FO has joined the charts.
Who's FO?
FO now.
Some people might not know.
Gelato. Gelato's pops, right? Yeah, he has entered the chart as well. There was a tweet he quoted. I think he quoted one of Dangote's tweets. He also retweeted a report or like a statement allegedly released by Akinwumi Adesina, right? And then recently they also posted a picture of them together in Portugal, right? And Steve's, comment to that was when your exes link up.
Yeah, Steve's comment.
when your exes link up. And of course, so basically, he's publicly supporting Dangote as Dangote has been going
an investor.
through.
He's
Yes.
an investor. Don't forget, he sold his company.
I think when Dangote said, "Oh, my friend, my friend exited Nigeria, all his businesses from Nigeria," right? I think was it FO he was referring to?
Okay.
No,
I think it was
that
FO because a couple of years ago, FO sold his oil business, right? He basically exited Nigerian market.
I think he used the money to invest in this refinery because he's an investor in this refinery.
Yikes.
Yeah. So the reason, apart from Dangote being his guy, his money too is tied up in this thing.
Anyways, I want to read something from Fei Fawemi, right? A lot of people had been asking him to comment on, because he usually comments on everything Dangote. So people had been tweeting at him, and I think he put out a tweet, but he also put out a blog post. And I want to take, there's a certain excerpt there. And it starts with made in concrete. He said, the first thing to understand is that cement has shaped Dangote. It has transformed him from any other businessman into the face of African business and the richest black man in the world. Astonishingly, he has made an incredible fortune from cement without mastering the technology. As I keep saying, Dangote today cannot build a cement plant on his own without Sinoma, the Chinese company that builds and runs the plant for him, or adding a single thing to the world knowledge about how to produce or improve cement. The entire fortune has been built on a cruel partnership with the Nigerian government that has allowed him to charge astonishing prices for his products. This meant that the government blocked off any competition from him while he made margins unseen of Africa or unseen of anywhere else in the world. Here's a piece from The Economist in 2014. Cement is a cheap, bulky product. Plants typically need to be near both limestone and customers if they are to make money. So there's a logic to making it in Nigeria, a big market with the raw materials at hand. That said, the business would doubtless be less profitable if imports were unrestricted. Dangote's margins in Nigeria are 63% compared to the 30 to 40% margins typical in other frontier markets. And after several years of stability, the firm is set to raise its domestic prices further. One reason why you could get away with this kind of obscene pricing was because the problem of high cement prices was not really visible, in the sense that if cement prices are too high, it is future houses that will not get built. You guys get it, right? That is, it has no impact on the houses already built. The only visible part of the problem is the sheer number of uncompleted buildings dotted around Nigeria, or the frequent building collapses around the country, typically caused by builders cutting corners around expensive products. But these are second-order problems that other people might struggle to connect. That is, the number of uncompleted buildings in Nigeria only really hits you when you travel outside the country and see that it is almost non-existent even in other poorer countries. One way to illustrate that this is that Dangote made his fortune by selling a relatively small amount of cement. Then there's a graphic from the economics here, right? There's Lafarge, there's CNBM, there are like other cement mixers. Dangote on this infographic ranks at the bottom. So the global rank, right, for Dangote is what? 26. And then the tons of cement he's selling is less than 100 in terms of capacity. So the picture has not really changed much over the last decade. He simply sold a small amount of cement to a small number of Nigerians and charged the highest possible prices for it. Right. Then Feyi now goes into capital misallocation. Having found such incredible success with cement, he decided to do his piece de resistance, a giant refinery in Lagos, which has cost the best part of his $20 billion so far. It is not far-fetched to say that when you have more than 2 decades of easy money from cement, you are highly vulnerable to capital misallocation. Easy come, easy go. His strategy of generating above-market returns is what defines him as a businessman, and his most prominent business successes from cement to urea to sugar. And now he has put all that money into refinery. So it's important to ask a simple question. Who did Dangote build his $20 billion refinery for? Was it Nigerians? If the answer to that is yes, then we have a serious problem, because there is currently no logical path to above market returns in Nigeria on a product into which he has invested $20 billion. So again, you then go into like Nigeria, the fuel subsidy, and the current with the country attached. He breaks down how Nigerians can't even afford fuel and it has to be subsidized, right? Even the president came in and said, "Oh, we're removing subsidy," but subsidy really been removed?
You see the trick on there once in a while.
Do you understand? So he ends with this: the sooner the Nigerian government and Dangote sit down together, they are still bodies after all, and map out an export strategy for the refinery products, the better for everyone involved. Ideally, they should leave Nigerians out of their drama, since the revealed preference of Nigerians has always been to pay below the market price of refined oil products, regardless of whatever else they say. Dangote can cry all he wants, and I must confess to mildly enjoying his tears. There is really no way to do a cement with a refinery. The choices for him and Nigerians are pretty clear. Turn on the refinery and get the refined products out of Nigeria as fast as possible. As a dearly departed Twitter personality might put it, anything you see, you have to take it like that. So his point is very clear, right? Okay, you go in and you build this refinery. You can't sell it in Nigeria because Nigerians can't afford it.
Yeah. They
right?
And
so you probably want to do the same monopoly or have the same monopoly you had with cement and do it with Nigerians as well. and it's not happening, right?
It can't.
So, do it and export your stuff. Anyways, we'll put this article because I just read like excerpt, but we'll put the title of the article is called "The Dangote Freakout,"
Yeah.
and you guys can go and read it. I think it's brilliant writing again from Feifa. So shout out to him. But man, there you have it. Though that's it. That's the updates. That's what we have.
The rich also cry.
And the side talks is that there's one sheriff. You understand? At the end of the day, it's just one sheriff in town. You had monopoly. Nah,
It ain't happening, bruv.
it ain't happening. It ain't happening. All right. There's also this story that happened recently, and this is affecting some of the tech startups in Nigeria. Mercury abruptly shuttered services for startups in Nigeria. So if you don't know Mercury is the digital banking startup themselves. They abruptly shuttered services for startups in Ukraine, Nigeria, and other countries. Now let's explain what's happening. So if you for businesses that are not domiciled in the US, they shut down their services, right? So those businesses that don't have customers with businesses and residential addresses from certain countries, including Nigeria. Mercury says they can't offer any services to those businesses, right? And they said the accounts being offboarded were identified based on business and residential addresses during onboarding and KYC or KYB. KYC means custom KYB, know your business, refreshes, as well as frequent location of IP activities. So as a startup, right, most startups or in a business, you need a business banking service that can pull your funds, where money is paid to, whether you're receiving money from investors or whether customers are paying, and then you're domiciling your money. You're having your money domiciled in that bank. Usually what happens in Nigeria is that your money is always in UAE, and they use Mercury. A lot of banks use Mercury to start up, so it's easy to register, just like Kuda Bank versus GT Bank, right? From a customer perspective, it's easy to open, customer service is easier to reach, etc, etc. Like neobanks, right? But this is like a neobank for businesses. And so they basically said, hey man, we're going to shut this down. And of course, it was a big deal because there are a lot of startups in Nigeria that actually use Mercury Bank as basically their business bank, for their USD transactions or their storage. Anyways, the Mercury co-founder and CEO released a statement, and I'm just going to read this. It says, definitely a sad day. I would love to support these countries in a safe way. The main people affected are those with beneficial owners that live in Ukraine, Nigeria, Pakistan, Croatia, and Philippines. Now, it says, for context, this is a very small set of customers, which is subscribers less than 1% of their deposits, which was interesting for me, right? To see that all these people, all these customers, all these businesses were 1% of their subscriber base. I would it was shocking to me. I didn't, you think, okay, with the Africa rising, you understand, we they do things, but including Ukraine, Pakistan, Croatia, and the Philippines, along with Nigeria, right? Less than 1% of their deposits, but probably 50% plus of the compliance plus risk work they do. So you're bringing in little money, but you're giving us the most headaches when we have to work with compliance to see that, everything that we have set as compliance, security, risk, right? You are giving our risk team and compliance team 50% of the work, but you're just bringing in 1% of deposits. So it says, for example, about 20% of Ukraine is sanctioned. So Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk, we literally have humans manually looking at office leases in Kiev to verify locations of the owner. We also work with 5+ financial institutions to provide all Mercury services, banking, treasury, international payments, given that everyone is more risk averse right now, continuing to work with these countries and convince our partners has become a lot harder. The guy says, I'm from Pakistan. I moved to the US, so I have a lot of empathy for these entrepreneurs. Brex has also said they are willing to support Ukraine, and I think it's a good step for YC founders, blah, blah, blah. My own point here is, how did Nigeria get here? How did we get here? How did we start getting this kind of, I remember I think my first rude awakening to Nigeria not having level in international spaces when I opened a PayPal account like maybe 15, 16, 17, a long time ago, right? And I realized I couldn't receive money because I remember I did a payment, I did a deal or something, and I was like, oh yeah, I can receive it, via PayPal. I remember you could receive via PayPal at first. I don't know if you back then, this was like 2012. There was a time where you could actually receive, I think, then they cut it off immediately.
Yeah.
And this definitely has to do with this has to do with, the men of the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
We've created that reputation to the point where people can't trust us. So up till today, PayPal, you can pay and receive.
Yeah.
And I remember back then, you could even connect your PayPal to your regular GT bank account. We've even moved past that now. Nobody's even talking about your regular bank account. Everybody has a USD, USD DOM account. Back then, what did you need a DOM account for? Connect your Naira, they do the conversions for you, you're good.
Finish. All these
But
conversions.
things have just
good.
deteriorated to the point where, and so we've gotten to the point where the money we're even like depositing in a US bank, right, isn't that much. And hey, man, there are different factors, right? But the problem now is 50% plus of compliance plus risk work to do. Okay, why are we even using this bank?
It's not worth it no. It's not.
Why do we need to use this bank? Why can't we use our own banks? Even before we get to our own banks, let's talk about Steve. Before we get to our own bank, let's talk about
money to Nigeria.
Let's talk about, okay, if you can't use Mercury, then use a regular US bank like Chase or Bank of America, right? Somebody says, why do startups need these digital and fancy banking solutions? What's wrong with Chase or Bank of America or Access if you are using a local bank? Please don't get in your feelings and insult me. I'm generally curious. And someone replies and says, the limitations are endless once you enter the foreign currency domain, and expenses on small things that add up are many. I have to go to the bank physically to authorize transfers. I once had someone ditch my work because the day I was to do this transfer, I had a family emergency and couldn't go to the bank. You can't transact more than $10,000, that is pay for hosting, without calling the cavalry. Have you tried using Chase Bank USA from Nigeria? You will get blocked till you appear in the US to physically restore access on your accounts within how many days, or they will close the account for you. That's how crazy it is using a regular US bank. That's why people use startups, because startups are like more lenient, etc. Another person says, Bank of America will close your account within 2 minutes. It will shock you. One time, I tweeted about my bank account being closed, and some blog carried it, and people were in the comment section saying I must have done Yahoo. See the shege you see as a Nigerian founder is indescribable. So my heart goes out to Nigerian founders. It's tough building anything in Nigeria, because these are the hula hoops you have to go through while still focusing on the product, while still focusing on the marketing team, while still focusing on your engineering team, trying to match up the pay for your engineering team with what they are receiving from Microsoft or any of the foreign companies. I have worked with 4-5 startups closely. And bro, if you see a Nigerian founder, squeeze money in their hand or just hold them close and say, well done. Steve, you want to say something?
Why don't startups use straight up USD accounts to receive payments? Is it because investors are more comfortable paying in a bank that is domiciled in America, or what's the major reason?
I mean, you've mentioned it, and that's one of it.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
There's also regulation issues. There's also, regulation issues.
In terms
which
of
is
cross-border payments.
well, there's cross-border payments. Those issues exist, right? But there's also regulation issues, right? With an incoming government, everybody has his own agenda. The central bank of
Oh,
Nigeria, you've
get
seen
you.
what has happened
I understand.
in
Understood.
the last
Yeah.
18 to 24 months, right?
Yeah.
The rules
yeah.
the regulation is a very big problem in Nigeria.
Yep.
Within 24 hours, a new rule
Anything
Anything
is
can
something.
happen.
anything
Yeah.
can happen. Oh, we're no more. Take it away from even banking and finance, right? Which is the most dangerous if you're running a business, right? But go into things like, oh, the Lagos State government just announced, going henceforth, we're no more using styrofoams. Anybody that uses styrofoams will confiscate the styrofoams and destroy it. While somebody has paid for a large shipment of styrofoam that is coming from China, that is
Yeah.
already on the sea, and it's going to take another, this importation thing. How many months does it take from the ship to leave China to get to Nigeria?
3 months.
Bam. You understand? So I
Yeah.
pay for these large consignments, and then you're putting out regulations saying going henceforth, styrofoam is now
Yeah.
banned. I remember
Immediately.
when look at what happened with the 100cc bikes,
Yeah.
the 200cc bikes rather,
The Okadas, yeah.
the Go-Kada, the O-Ride, and
O-Ride.
Max.
Yeah.
You gave them 1 week
1 week.
and said that all the 200cc bikes are banned from the main roads.
Yeah.
You had set the law previously to say all the 100cc bikes, which are the regular Okada, can only do inroads,
Yes.
rural areas and inroads. That only 200cc bikes can get on the mainland. You did not consult any stakeholders. This is 2020, I believe. No stakeholders are consulted. Nothing. You just put out the law and saying, guys, you have 1 week. Do you know that thing led to 5,000 jobs being lost?
Yeah.
In the country battling unemployment.
5,000 jobs were lost.
Straight up.
I'm talking about bike trainers. I'm talking about customer service. I'm talking about so many things. And
Yeah,
then you did not provide alternatives
nothing.
for customers, your residents, the people who live in the states. You did not provide alternatives, transportation alternatives. There's a reason why they were taking these bikes. So same thing in finance. You don't want to go through that hula baloo, bro. You know how many times we've had calls? Oh boy, waiting go happen. No, then go move the dollar with your account. Or maybe we did on point too.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
This is us that have chicken change. Oh.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's true.
Do you understand? Let alone a Nigerian
startup, a business
startup founder that has raised capital into the millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Even if it's small seed raise where you collect 500k or 250k, friends and family.
Yes.
You don't even know what they're going to do. So all those regulation issues, you don't even want them. You know what? Let me just put it, domicile it outside. Then, like you said, investors too are just looking at, they are reading, and that's the thing, media, they are reading all the reports. Federal government just said, oh, this is what they are saying. Oh, you know what? Your startup, your investors are also telling you it's best to do what? Just put the money here. Interestingly, right, these companies too, they are also registered in Delaware. Most of the startups.
Yeah, they're also registered in Delaware. Yeah.
So you look at it and you're just like, fam, if my company is registered in Delaware, it gives me a better inroad to. I might as well just
investors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, but anyway, we still also need local solutions anyway, at least.
No, if the local solutions exist, it's not a problem.
It's not a problem. Yeah.
Is Nigeria the only
exactly
country that has startups?
in Africa? Exactly.
It's not happening in South Africa now.
Nope.
You understand?
It's not. Yeah.
It's not.
Sorry,
so
guys.
we just need to fix. We just need to fix what we need to fix.
Yeah, I agree. Especially for banking, and I wonder why. Because as primarily, I think for Mercury, it's just because of the cost of KYC or KYB, right? They're spending it too much on compliance, and it's not what it's in terms of the customers from Nigeria, Pakistan.
Exactly.
I was wondering how they were doing the KYB, especially if the businesses were in Nigeria. Were they using like local partners to verify this? I wonder how they were doing it that made it so expensive anyway. I was just curious. That's it.
They will have local partners, but the KYC, KYB will not even be the major issue. The major issue will be the inflow and outflow.
Yeah, it's true.
Where's this money coming from? Where's this money
where is it going to? Yeah, it's just the whole. Yeah.
The
market is not just trust. They don't trust the market enough. That's just it. I understand. I get it.
So that's what it is, man.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right, man.
I just love that. My CEO sells with anything. My CEO sells with, and that's why I like him, right? That and he was already preaching, the local alternatives on Twitter, saying, because we have the infrastructure that any payments company can come and build on to get, to issue USD accounts, GBP accounts, Euro accounts, and stuff like that. So I think it was just his tweet I saw when the story broke. I didn't even see the story that when it broke. I just saw his reaction to it. I'm like, oh, what's happening? And that's how I saw the whole Mercury thing and how it affected founders. It's not easy. It's not easy. Just being in Nigerian is not easy. In business, in education, in anything. Just especially when we want to do something, abroad. Like it's just hard. And we need strength. Like we pray for strength to be able to continue to navigate these things, and that's why people do, the best for the children to say, you know what, go get another passport so that you don't pass through what I passed through. You don't go through these things that I'm going through. It's just extremely difficult being Nigerian.
Shout out to all the Nigerian founders out there, and the ones that are actually doing the work are not tweeting half of the time. But yeah,
sadly,
yeah. Some I don't even know if they
have
any work because they're always on Twitter. The CEO of a company. In fact, that's my own red flag now. If
that's the first.
CEO
Yeah,
of
that's
a company,
the first. Yeah,
you spend half of your time on Twitter.
I'm not working for you.
I'm not investing in the company either.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get into some pop culture. Nollywood actors have been rebuked for wearing niqab, and abaya, and touting guns. I don't know if you guys saw the story. I have a report here. It went viral last week as well. Nancy Sime, along with the number of actors, everybody has singled out Nancy Sime because she's the most popular person in the pictures, and she posted it on her Instagram, and she's like in the forefront of it. So media has just picked on her and centered her as the. And you know how you write in media now, Steve, Ayo, you know these things. You have to pick somebody to anchor the whole story on, right?
Yeah.
Because that person will sell the story further. So that's why she's in the middle of it. I feel bad for her, but she's the center of the story.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is a Premium Times report. Nancy Sime has been slammed for wearing a niqab in a crime movie, right? And then they started reacting, pushing for the ban and all that. So, of course, the picture sparked outrage amongst the Muslim community in Nigeria for wearing a niqab in a robbery scene in an upcoming movie titled 3 Working Days. On Monday, Isime shared pictures of the bank heist scene from the movie dressed in the Islamic attire. She posted it on Instagram and captioned it "Life Lately." In the pictures, she donned a niqab, covering her face, apart from her eyes, wielding guns in what seems to be a bank robbery scene. Jeffrey Osas directed the movie. It also stars Demi Adebayo, Mike Folari, Deyemi Okolawon, and a couple of others. Now, the reactions have been crazy on social media, right? Why are you, and basically the reaction has been simple. Why are you associating an Islamic attire, popular Islamic attire, with this kind of scene, right? And what people are saying basically is that it adds to the trope, it adds to the stereotype, right? That, Muslims, the whole thing coming from the Middle East, Muslims are violent, blah, 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 right?
Terrorism.
And then terrorism, and that, that whole thing with Muslim is peaceful, Islam is peaceful. They are trying to muddy the concepts, so to say, right? First of all, I even want to talk about the classification of a Muslim headgear, because everybody was saying, oh, hijab, oh, this, oh, that. they are very, very different, right? So for our non-Muslim listeners, we have a breakdown for you guys. Simple breakdown that I can explain, right? There's something called a hijab, there's something called a chador, there's something called a niqab, and there's something called a burqa. They're actually different. 4 different kind of headgears. I don't know if you guys knew this. I actually didn't know. I had seen it before, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't know, to be honest.
I didn't know.
Actually
This is the
had,
first time.
I knew they were different, but I
Maybe
knew.
I've seen it before, but I've never like really paid attention to it. Yeah, it's interesting because we just call
Yeah.
everything hijab.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody just calls everything a hijab, right?
Yeah.
So a hijab kind of covers it doesn't cover the face. Like you can see the face. In fact, some parts of the hair are even showing, right? And then rests on the shoulders. That's a hijab. A chador covers the hair entirely, but still shows the face, but also covers like the ear and then covers the shoulders. A niqab covers the whole of the face except the eyes, right? And then covers the whole part of the shoulders down to the chest area, right? And then a burqa covers everything entirely. You can't even see the eyes.
I've seen this
Of
one
course,
a
the
lot.
person. This used to be, I don't know, guys, but because we grew up in Lagos a
Back
lot,
then,
where
growing up. Yeah.
they're predominantly Muslims. We saw a lot of this, especially the burqa, a lot.
Yeah,
And it's sort of reduced in the last maybe decade and 2 decades, or decade and a half.
Yeah.
Like fam, growing up where I grew up, right? I'm destined to see a woman wearing a burqa, like maybe 3 women a day. It was a big deal where I was growing up
Niqab
because,
and
of
burqa
course,
was very, very popular.
in the niqab and the burqa, right?
Yeah, that's what I saw a lot growing up.
Yes, very, very popular.
So why did you
and then
why did you reduce?
I actually have no idea. I think it had to do with like the generation. I think maybe more
Liberal.
less people wore it because it became more liberal, because maybe they had like access to like Western education or Western influence, etc, etc. That's what I feel. But like I saw more people, it was very, very predominant. I like you go out and fam, and I'm talking about fully clothed, all to wearing gloves. You
Yeah.
understand? Like black socks, gloves, everything, back then. And I don't see much of that, but I see more of the chador, I see more of the regular hijab and all that. Anyways, back to the story. Well, that happened, right? And Murik, that is the Muslim. What's the film in America again? Guys, help me here.
Let me check.
Nobody ever knows their phone. Nobody ever knows their phone anymore.
I used to know it. Yeah, the Muslim rights concern. That's what it's called. The Muslim rights concern.
Yeah.
They've called for an immediate ban of the film. Like the film is not even out. They're like, ban the film. Do you understand? Like, don't even bring the film out.
That
Don't
would be
premiere it,
high-handed.
nothing. Right? Like they said ban the film. They issued a press release, right? And they urged the National Film and Censors and Video Censors Board, the NFVCB, to take swift action against the film, right? They said an extremely anti-Muslim film has been released into the Nigerian movie industry. The upcoming film, recently released, shows women in Uda brandishing dangerous weapons and robbing banks. It's satanic, repugnant, and provocative. First of all, before we even go into the National and Film Censors Boards reacting to it, I want to know you guys' take on it. Like, where do you draw the line with, movies, art, life, and we can even throw in a bit of what we've seen at the Olympics recently as well. We saw the reenactment
the fiction,
of the Last Supper and all that, and there's been a lot of pushback on that as well, as it's an insult on Christianity. Elon Musk even got into it and all of that. What do you guys think? Like, where do you draw the line? Is there a line to be drawn?
I think everyone protesting, this movie has like complaining about it and calling for the ban. They have every right to, right? His religion is a very sensitive topic. People are very, very. It's literally the word religion. Like it's evokes so much emotion. So I get it. I understand why people are angry, and I will never be angry over such because I think I have a different understanding of how to relate with my religion. Right? I'm a Christian where I'm not going to be the one to fight for Jesus. I'm not fighting for the religion. I believe in God, and that is a personal relationship I have with God. Right? I'm not going to. If you like, you can wear Jesus Christ. You can act like Jesus Christ and go and act a porn movie or like it doesn't change. It doesn't affect me in any way. And I think it comes from an understanding and from exposure and literacy, and maybe literacy level, or maybe it's sort of a level of critical thinking. I don't know what it is, right? But I also understand why people are very, very angry. And for creators, I don't think there has to be a context to it. Maybe they disguised as a Muslim or as women who were praying or like religious women to carry out the art. There has to be a context to, or just wearing a religious attire to commit a crime in a movie or in a film or in an art that you're creating, right? In any content. So I think context matters. And I think I would urge, I would say, let's see the movie first and see, how the religious angle came into play. There might be an angle to it. Maybe they went to rob a bank, and maybe for them to gain entrance, they had to act like religious people and stuff like that. These are things that happen. We've seen movies where people wore
Nuns. I think that was
nuns,
the start
exactly.
of one very popular movie
or so, something like that.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
the ones of Reverend Fathers, like, people wear it to commit crime and stuff like that. So there's
pull
always
out
context.
AKs from the
AKAs from the garments, stuff like that. So there's always context to it, right? Creators are not stupid now. They're context to it. So, because there are context to it, they are allowed to, they have that creative freedom to do that, right? I also understand why people are angry. It's two sides. Both sides can be right, so that's how I feel about it.
Ayo, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, for me, I believe as a creative, my own golden rule is do not touch anybody's religion. People hold it sacred. This is their way of life. This is spiritual for them. They take it very serious. So any religion in the world, even if it is one of the popular religions, Christianity, Muslim, or even an obscure one, respect everybody. Everybody's religion deserves to be respected. And with the context of how Islam is seen in the world right now, and Nigeria also battling Islamophobia with pastors over the decades telling us there's an Islamic agenda to Islamicize this nation, or just recent Boko Haram killings, I think it's necessity for the producers to do this, because it also it also pushes that stereotype, that negative stereotype that people within this religion are known for this and that. Granted that what Steve said is true, context matters. Maybe that scene is a bank in the north, right? We don't know.
Exactly.
Maybe that scene is in northern Nigeria. We don't know. But, and this also has to do with communication. The producer should have held back from actors, they are given an embargo on actors not to tweet or even post
not
any
to really,
picture of the movie.
I'm sure they knew.
Hollywood does this all the time. Yeah. Hollywood does this all the time. Nobody's releasing photos from this set until the movie is out.
Yeah.
Maybe this was a ploy to generate controversy. And at the end of the day, when they release the film, we do not see this there. It's all a ploy.
It's all a
people
ploy.
Who have done this to trigger popularity for a movie. They might go and reshoot this now. I will not see this at the end of the day. I feel you have to respect people's religion. Don't play with it. Also goes, maybe you can say Christianity is a little bit lenient or not as vocal as Islam. I know that Lil Nas X got into trouble for putting himself on the cross.
Yeah.
And people were saying, why do you have to disrespect this religion? At the end of the day, I think as creatives, we hold so much power that we should not trample on the beliefs of other people. On the beliefs of other people. Don't just, let's just do this because it will create shock value for shock value sense. If they did it just for shock value sense, it doesn't make to me stupid. But if there's greater context to this right now, then you can do that. I can do a movie where there's a scene of Okada riders from the north and they're selling drugs in Lagos. And that is not me putting them in the bad light. It is what is happening in our society. where these guys stay, where these Okada guys come and sleep at night, that's where they sell drugs. Simple as that. Now that is context, that is nuance into it. But this one, I want to know the nuance behind it. If it's
there
just,
should be.
oh, let's have Nassim inside this, and everywhere, everybody will just be talking about it, then really it doesn't make any. That's shallow writing and shallow filmmaking.
Another point I agree with is the promotion. You shouldn't have promoted the movie with that picture or art or whatever it is, right? If it's in the movie and there's context to it, is nuanced.
Then let people
promote it
understand
with other designs, and when we watch the movie, we'll get the context. Yeah.
Very well said, guys. Like Ayo said, if something has a negative stereotype already, be careful. It's someone's religion. Don't add to it, because it kind of adds to it. If it was entirely different, yeah, we get it. But there's already a negative connotation when it comes to, Islam, which is just like every other person's religion. But there's there's stereotype amongst a group of people, and then if you are adding to it, come on, man. I think that's a problem. I'm looking forward to the movie. Why? Because I hope in the movie they sort of tell a story of why not to have this kind of stereotype. I hope that's what the movie does. I hope in the movie, right, that they do something like that, like they wear it, and maybe in the movie people say, oh, it's these people that did it, and then they later found out that people just assume that position to do whatever, and then you find out eventually that nobody from that religion did X, Y. I hope the movie tells a story or teaches a lesson about not stereotyping things, or whatever you see might not be the thing happening, And I remember Denzel said he will never feature in a movie where the bad guy gets away. So in Training Day, he told them, I think he's played only 2 movies where he was a bad guy. So he said in Training Day, he had to die. He said it is not playing a movie where he's a bad guy. If he's a bad guy, then he dies.
Yeah.
Same thing. I think it's only 2 movies where he's played the bad guy. I think there's the other one that what's her name? I forgot, the woman with the dots. That where he was like a cop, but he had to rescue her, blah blah blah. But
Bone Collector.
No, not Bone Collector.
No, it was
the
Paralyzed
other
Bone
one, the other one where he was a cop, I think in like Miami, and
I can't remember this movie now.
Okay, we'll get it. Let's do a quick experiment here.
Okay.
Remember Will Smith in the movie where he was arranging people to get married and hook up? He was like a
Switch.
Hitch. What's the name of the lady in Hitch?
Julia Roberts.
Oh.
No. Sorry.
The lady that has that beauty
Ryan
spot.
Gosling's wife. What's her name?
Yes,
Just
Ryan
Google
Gosling's wife. Thank you. A beautiful lady.
Yeah. She's semi-retired now.
Eva Mendes. Thank you. Okay,
I know
so
the
now
movie now.
I have,
This white guy now.
now I have the guy that played Superman was in that movie too. Now I have Eva Mendes. I will Google with Denzel Washington, and I will get the movie. Out of Time.
I know the movie.
Out of Time.
Yeah.
Out of Time. Yeah.
He had Eva Mendes, he had Sinner later, and he had Dean Cain. So that one was kind of not really, but I was a cop, but but that's still fine. But like Training Day, he was a bad guy and he died. Then the other movie, American Gangster, he was also a bad guy, but he was arrested.
He was arrested. Yeah.
So for him,
funny story about Training Day.
Yeah.
Funny story about Training Day. When the NAACP, National Association of Advancement of Color People, heard that Denzel was playing a bad guy, they put up to the set and asked him why. He said, "Don't worry,
for real?
Don't worry." Because they're concerned. Denzel is their poster boy now.
Yeah,
so Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, guy, why are you doing this? And I said, "Don't worry. There's a lot. It's layered. There's a lot of context to it, and it's great. It's a classic."
See, so at times I think while you're a creator and you have this creative license, there's also the moral fabric you have to wear. You always have to have on when you're doing these movies. I don't want to beat the movie up too much. I would love to watch the movie, and I hope it does tell a story and teach a lesson.
Also, sorry, another point. For future filmmakers that want to tread this line, maybe I do something about Islam or anything, let Murik or any Islamic organization be a consultant, especially for that
Yes.
thing. So they
Yes.
can help you break down the nuance. Make them a consultant to the story. It makes more sense.
That's a good one. That's a good one as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, the National Film and Video Censors Board says, our check revealed that the movie has not been released and that he has not been submitted to the VCB for classification as required by law and our mandate. However, we've been able to reach the producers of the film and have taken steps to address the concerns raised with the producers. We restate that as a classification agency, we will not overlook any film or video works, including dramatized short content, skits that abuse, denigrate, or undermine religious and cultural and ethnic sensibilities. We commit to contributing to the positive transformation of Nigeria, yada, 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 yada. All right. That's also another thing, right? Before you start promoting anything from set, should it be approved by the NFVCB? These are things that their laws have to maybe reviewed again, etc. Anyways, wishing all parties the best. Let's get it right. By the way, since we talked about Training Day, Denzel's rant in the hood, right?
Yeah.
It was improvised.
Yeah.
Somebody, someone pulled up the script. You know that thing where they, part of the video, they show you the script. Homeboy improvised 90% of that. When he said, I'm putting cases on all
you motherfuckers.
that thing.
Hence the Oscar.
Hence the Oscar. Yeah.
I'm in awe.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit some sports.
I remember this bad guy conversation because when he won the Oscar, I remember the conversation being...
Yeah, why was Denzel crooked for him to took it?
Exactly.
Yeah. After doing Malcolm X, he did some really good movies.
He has still not won an Oscar since then, now, right? He has been nominated, but he has still not won. It's still just two.
Fences.
He won for Flights. He was nominated for Flight too now.
I was nominated for Flight. I like Flight too.
No,
that's when he was drunk. It was a drunk pilot, right?
Flight is elite. Elite acting.
That rant at the press conference.
Yeah, at the courts now. That's the last day.
Yeah, that rant is epic. He said, "I'm drunk now."
Yeah, I'm drunk.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Denzel! Shout out to him.
Elite acting, to be honest.
All right, Olympics. What's popping? Before we get into the Olympics, I just want to say something. Ayo, I know you've always attributed touts to being members of Chelsea Football Club, right? It's a very popular stereotype. I want to submit some Arsenal players to that group.
For real?
Yes, the first person on my list is actually Ben White. Ben White is a tout.
Yeah.
You admit? First of all, that goalkeeper nonsense he does. One day he's going to get his nose broken. That thing he does where he disrupts the goalkeeper is very unprofessional. Very unprofessional. If you want to score a goal, go and score a goal. Why must you go and disrupt the goalkeeper? That's first of it's a tout. He injured Rasmus Højlund last night.
For real? Was it like deliberate?
Yeah, he did.
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't deliberate. Rasmus scored the first goal, I think, in the 13th minute, and he was going for another. I think Ahmad did the pull out. No, Wan-Bissaka, interestingly, did a pull out. I was surprised. I was shocked. Not even surprised.
You know me play for Man U.
And then I want Wan-Bissaka out of that club. And he Rasmus went for the ball, Ben White, and the guy sustained an injury. We don't now know if it's what's the usual. Yeah, we don't know if it's an ACL. We don't, but he couldn't continue the game. Hamstring. No, it's not been confirmed, but we fear it's a hamstring.
Yeah, I'm okay with hamstring. He's young. You shake it off.
So he immediately was taken off the pitch, and then we reverted to we brought in Hannibal, and we reverted to false nine, and we couldn't score again. So that was one, right? Who else was injured? Lenny Yoro was also injured and taken off.
Who injured him?
I can't remember.
I think it's the pitch. He had a rolled ankle or something.
Yeah. So people were saying, I was also pissed off. I put in the group, I said, these artificial pitches in America. First of all, that stadium, the SoFi Stadium is amazing.
It's rubbish.
But the pitch, the stadium itself and everything is amazing. But the pitch is astro. But they said for that match, they actually installed grass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's been that whole thing about American pitches. All the teams that went to play in America last season for prevent
Yeah, having
most
a
of them.
player with serious injury,
Yeah, because their
including
pitches
Arsenal.
they're not good pitches,
Not
to
good
be honest.
pitches. Yeah.
Yeah, and 2 players injured from United. So anyway, I've submitted Ben White to you, please, as a pals. Please just do what you have to do. Well, United lost the game, 2-1. It's a friendly. Nobody needs to be concerned except Dio, who is the hate watching chief, and
Oh,
got
did you watch his match?
of his own medicine. 4-0 losing to Celtic. Dio, if you are
No,
listening,
4-0, 4-1.
4-1.
4-1. Okay, 4-1. 4-0, 4-1, same difference. So Dio, if you are listening, sorry. I hope you watched your own match. Anyways, let's talk about the Olympics.
We start Big Brother today, August 16th. We start Premier League. That's it.
Okay, I'm more of an EPL guy than Big Brother, but hey, the Olympics, guys, is it that we've grown up or things have changed? The Olympics used to be a big deal when we were younger. What happened? What changed? Have we just grown up?
So I read an article and I watched like a video. There is no reason why a country should host the Olympics anymore because it's too cumbersome and it takes more money than what you actually budget for.
Once you get, yeah. It's too much.
So right now, everyone's like, bro, what is like a body now? Like, oh, okay. In the future, a lot of petro nations are the ones that go to host Olympics because they have that kind of money to throw away. They really have that kind of money to throw away. France has been struggling to host this Olympics from clearing their river, security issues. The wala is just too much. For what? What is the PR gain in it? Towards of the financial gain in it at the end of the day. So maybe the Olympics needs to be restructured. The format has to be restructured somehow because clearly it's not working for nations anymore. The buzz around it is not, and France hasn't done a good job to even create that buzz and excitement. I think Beijing was the last one that really, really held everybody's attention. The one before pandemic fucked everything up. So
the one in
really
Tokyo.
The one in Tokyo is like it never happened. So, and Paris, Paris now. French people were protesting. I don't know why they were protesting, but they were protesting for something a day to the Olympics. Why? They can't even postpone their own protest again.
You know what was crazy? So there's like a river that flows in between Paris, right? And Emmanuel Macron said by the time they're ready to host, the river would be clean, right? And that he would even dive into it. I think him and maybe the IOC chairman or somebody would dive into it to prove that the river is clean. So all the French people, there's a protest group that now decided to go to one part of the river and actually just shit in the river and take a dump in the river. I'm like,
but somebody swam. An elected official swam like 2 days before the ceremony.
Okay, congrats to them. Yeah, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future, continents or like multiple countries can host, the Olympics.
Like what will happen with the World Cup in 2026?
Yeah, what we've seen with the World Cup, we've already seen it with the Euros. That has already started happening with the Euros, right? I think the first time it happened in Euros was Euro 2000, I believe.
Yeah,
where
Euro
Netherlands
2000.
and Belgium co-hosted. We've seen it happen in the African Cup of Nations. During COVID, right? We saw it happen with Euro 2020, where it was hosted in multiple European cities. So maybe we would. I mean, you saw it happen with the Copa America.
Yeah.
Was it Copa America?
No, was it Copa America?
No, not Copa America. I mean, well, the next World Cup is going to be with 3 countries. So that's like maybe it can be a thing. Maybe 2-3 countries can actually host it.
Yeah, makes more sense.
Because it's a lot, right?
The reason like Olympics used to be exciting when we were kids, or like back in the days, because we didn't have like a lot of options, like content in terms of content, entertainment, and stuff like that. Now every day, bro, we are overwhelmed. So, the Olympics. I've not watched a single clip from the Olympics. A single clip.
I know the one I'm waiting for, Sha. I know the one I'm waiting for. Brazil, Dominican Republic, female volleyball. That's what I'm
this guy.
Oh my god.
That's all I'm waiting for.
This guy.
Oh my god. Oh my God. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why. Anyways, let's bounce to another topic. Mikel Obi wants more players to represent their African roots with pride.
Isa.
Before we go into that, I want to ask you guys, what is your most memorable Olympics event? It could be from any Olympics, could be anything. When you think of the Olympics, what's one of the most memorable things? I hope it will be Nigerian. Which one is it? Atlanta 96. The gold medal. I think that's amazing. I think one of my most interesting ones is Barcelona 92.
Okay.
And that's when Nigeria got bronze in the relay. I think it was bronze or silver, right?
One of the most iconic celebrations ever.
One of the most iconic celebrations ever. The picture still rings in my head. Mary Onyali, oh my God.
Beautiful
this is one of the times you look at Nigerian women, you're like, wow, it bust my head back then. I think that was like one of it for me. But definitely Atlanta 96, come on, man. The team.
When we were queen.
Atlanta 96 is really dope because Choma Joma also earns her gold medal.
Yep.
Right? Then there was one other sporting event again that we did well because it was football. It was
Falila Tokunkoya got a silver medal in 400, I think. She got a medal in 400 or something.
Yeah. These things back then I didn't even know. I just knew it made me feel good, and I felt proud to be Nigerian. And this is me not even dealing with any stereotype because I had not traveled. I didn't know anything. But you just feel good to see Nigerians on like a global stage, representing your company, competing and winning. I don't know. There's something it does to your head. It makes you feel really. Yeah.
Side note, Choma Joma was coming from a drug ban, and she entered Atlanta 96 with the help of Shegun Degbami, and she won gold. That is actually a badass story too. That many people it has been forgotten in history.
So lost, It
was lost in it because obviously the dream team, overshadowed everything.
Yeah. And she went on to become a policewoman.
Yeah, I saw her at the area. Which was at Ikeja one day? The one at Ikeja.
Area F.
I saw her just standing in front of Area F. I was like, that's Ajua, really.
And you didn't reach out to her. You didn't say hi.
I was awestruck, bro. It's like when I saw JJ Okocha for the first time. Bro, like, damn.
Yeah, there's some people that just leave you like starstruck. Have you been starstruck? So you've been starstruck before. Have I been starstruck before? Who did I see and I couldn't just move?
But the day I saw Mokachi, I took a picture with him, sha. First time I saw Daniel Mokachi, I said, nah, Dibu, come on.
You gotta take a selfie.
Definitely. Anyways, when the two icons came to the office. I was starstruck.
Yeah, that was good. Onyeka Onwenu and King Sunny Adi. That's a good one. That's a good one. Anyways, Mikel Obi wants more Nigerian players to represent their African roots with pride. Let us play. Wait, before you go to Isa, let us play the audio clip.
Players not representing their African roots. Yeah. We've held meetings with these kids, with their parents, and said, listen, you are from Nigeria. Your dad is Nigerian. Your mom is Nigerian. Why don't you present your fatherland, Nigeria? We want to play for England, France, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then they wait.
Yes.
And then they keep waiting and keep waiting.
Yeah.
And when they get to 25, 26, and they don't get a call up from England, then they call Nigeria. We shouldn't be treated as second options. We are not second options. You should be proud of your African roots. You should be proud to represent your African country. I want the best players to play in Africa. So you rather make a decision and stand by it.
Yeah.
If you decide you want to play for England, stick to it. Sit and wait. If you don't get a call up, you don't get a call up. But don't wait until 29, 30, you've passed your best, whatever it is. Then you're, Nigerian FA, I'm ready to play for you now. No, fuck off, mate.
Okay, let's move. Let's go to our sports correspondent, Steve, for his own breakdown. And then I can go into my quick rant. How I recently found out that Shola Amoebi made it to the 2014 World Cup team, the Super Eagles team. And I was in shock. Yeah, but Steve, what are your thoughts?
I think it's definitely a nuanced conversation, right? Because I agree with him absolutely 100%. And he's not saying you must play for Nigeria. He's saying if you've made a decision, you have to stick by that decision. And is absolutely correct, right? So I don't know why people are really Mikel Obi is not against Nigerian-born players playing for their adopted countries. He's not against it. He's not shitting on it. He didn't have anything bad to say about it. He's just saying that if you are not choosing us, you're not choosing Africa or Nigeria at the first instance, right? You can't later come and change your mind when you and take us as second option. It's simple. And I agree to it. And that's why I appreciate Alex Iwobi a lot. Alex Iwobi was 19. Arsenal prospect. You know, he had like the potential was there. Like there was a lot of hype around him, right? He would have said, you know what, I can make the England team if I continue on this trajectory, right? He said, no, I want to play for Nigeria. And that's the decision I really respect. Online, you know, the same thing. These guys chose us when they were like 20, 21, 19. So that is someone who you say, oh, he chose us as the first option, right? And that's it. Any person, if they choose to represent England, they have every right to, because you know what? England actually invested in their talent and also 100% deserves to have them play for them. Do you get? So there's absolutely no problem with that. Mikel Obi, I've seen some criticisms on Twitter. I'm like, now this is why you people go and write ads, because you guys don't understand English. You don't even have a proper interpretation of. You can't even have a proper interpretation of what somebody is saying. Mikel Obi is not against people playing for their countries.
And that's why he's not going to grant you people interviews.
Exactly. That's why he's not going to grant you interviews.
So why is it?
Yeah. So that's why he's not going to grant you people an interview. Why would he grant you an interview when you can't even interpret properly what he said? Something as clear as this. Come on now. Let's be serious.
All right.
I never had problems with Mikel Obi. I interviewed him twice. Even the second time, he was the one that suggested it. Now he sees me going around asking people for interviews. I will never ask him. Like I never get to ask him. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And we did it.
That's my swan. That's my swan reporter.
Yeah, we did it 10-15 minutes, and I moved on.
The great swan.
That's my swan reporter.
A guy.
Steve, side note, if you are going to run for Swan president, me, I did behind you. Just to make it know, I did behind you.
Yesterday, as we went to the stadium, and I speak to play a football match, right? So as we were driving, they were collecting, you know, before you to park in the stadium, they collect money. As it got to me, I just went down my this thing. I said, Swan. I said, okay.
Now you know your other guys, they look say, which one be Swan? Now the code be that Swan.
Kazim saying, I'm not making Nigeria no good. Now make this country no good.
Oh my God. Ayo, your thoughts?
I actually agree with Steve. I'm just trying to be a troublemaker. I actually believe that, yeah, what Mikel said was true. I think people just it's football. It always stir up passions and everything. And if you decide to say, okay, you want to be with England, then be with England.
Yeah, be with England.
At the end of the day. You want to be with Nigeria, be with Nigeria at the end of the day. Also, like what Steve said, let's not forget that England are really mining African players right now, especially Nigerian players. If England was the one that schooled you in terms of like they took care of your academics,
yes,
and they took care of your football
education,
you being the footballer from when you're 6 to 18, you owe them that allegiance. And I'm talking to Nigerians who believe that every black player who has a Yoruba surname or an Igbo surname or Hausa surname should automatically just decide, okay, yeah, so Super Eagles has come, Pinnick is calling us, let's forget England and let's go and play for Nigeria. Let's not forget that these kids were born in England. They are more British than Nigerian, like, first of all.
100%.
Two, they spent money on my career. You cannot come out when I'm 19 and not tell me that, and you can't even give me a proper narrative or why I should play with Super Eagles.
Thank you.
You want me to go and be struggling in National Stadium Surulere? Is that what you, or you owe me allowances? I have to be washing my own jersey. There is no reason why a foreign-based Nigerian player or a foreign-born Nigerian player should play for the Super Eagles. I've always said it from day one. If you're actually being cold-hearted and say, let me pick where this thing is, you choose the better country. Unless maybe you are now born in Poland or Albania, all those funny countries. Can I say you are playing for the Super Eagles? But with that amount of investment, and we are still going to lose a lot more players to England along the way. Saka is just the first breakthrough. Many players are still going to come. There's a day that England's first 11, 80%.
Ebere is already there now. Someone that's training with Super Eagles. Yeah.
What happened in France is going to quickly happen in England very, very soon.
Yeah.
First all black 11, 80% from Nigeria.
And you know, you centered on England. This is happening in
Bro,
almost every country now. You
Bro,
know,
look at
I don't know.
Japan.
one of Spain's best players, Nico Williams, is not from Spain.
It's not. It's not. I'm even talking about like specifically Nigerians, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Almost every country now has a Nigerian in it.
Look at Japan.
You're
at the
surprised to
Olympics.
see the Spanish guy, right?
bro, Samuel Omorodion. I'm
That
just
guy's
like,
that boy is a
That's a
baller.
strong. That's
This
a
is-
strong Nigerian name.
That guy is a baller.
What are you talking
That
about?
guy is a baller.
that's a Beanie boy there.
Yes,
What is
no.
he doing in Spain? What's the happen? You know, that one I was even
You
surprised.
play
I'm
for
like,
Bedell Insurance.
he's in the Olympics team. I just saw
Yeah.
the roster. I was
Osagie.
looking at the
My
lineups. I
boss,
just saw the name.
Bro.
I put in the group. I said, what is this man
Someone
doing?
called
this
Mikel Olise is in the French team. In the
Bro,
French,
this-
is in the French,
My
the French
boss,
Olympic
guys,
team.
You know what is even
Depends on boss
painful?
your head.
What is painful is
Yeah.
that there's
Japan has a
there's
Nigerian.
another- Bro, I saw the
Yes.
guy. He's playing.
Japan
The guy
goalkeeper.
speaks Japanese and Italian. I saw the guy.
So
I'm like,
now,
no.
Osagie
What is
now.
going, bro?
Ima-
Hold on. I saw
Yeah.
Mikel Olise. Fam, there's literally an Olise that was super popular and scored one of the most historic
World
goals
Cup
at the
goals.
World Cup. What is
bro,
going on?
He's a football dynasty.
I saw
He's a
Raf
football
Ranić.
dynasty in
Raf
Nigeria.
Ranić set up a sporting academy now for like young people in Austria, right?
Yeah.
I checked the list. I showed
Nigerians.
in the first 5 names, there are 3 Nigerians. In Austria, what is going on?
Austria.
the-
Okay, let me give you a
The guy,
context.
the guy. Wait, hold on. Before we get into the Arsenal player that you guys sold to Monaco, what's his name?
Balogun.
Folarin Balogun, Abi.
Yes.
The guy can either play for Canada, US, or
US,
Nigeria.
England, or Nigeria.
The thing scatter my head. I'm like, I have a hashtag that I'm doing now on Twitter. Anything I see about Nigerian diaspora, I'm just gonna put hashtag Nigerians everywhere.
everywhere. Yeah.
There's one I saw recently again this morning. It wasn't in football, it was in another sport, right?
Yeah, you put it up. I saw it.
And I'm just like, what is okay? This is a 15-year-old Divine Iheme, and he rewrites they say he writes the history books as he wins the UK under 15 100-meter title in 10.56 seconds, just missing Sanchin Dennis, a Jamaican, 8:14 world record of 10.51. What a talent! The guy is UK Divine Iheme.
Yeah, man.
Glory of the
man.
King.
What is going on? And guess what, guys? In the next decade or 2, it's going to be ridiculous.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Osagie,
With
let's
the rate
Going
of
to be
jackpot that
ridiculous.
happened in the last
6 years, 6 to 7
let's just
years.
say since when Buhari came in.
Yes, in the last 10 years then.
Yes. In the last
APC.
yes,
APC induced jackpot.
let's even leave sports. One of the brightest actresses in Hollywood right now is a pure Benin girl. If you watch,
wasn't
Ayo
yeah,
Edebiri.
yeah,
Yeah.
wonderful actress, pure Benin girl. While we are still here dealing with niqab show up and down. I beg, please,
Come on, now, wow.
FA Mikel Obi.
You know, Francis Obikwelu, Portugal. That's
No,
the
you know what they did back then. So those ones ran for Nigeria, then switched
Switched,
nationality.
yeah. You can do that
Straight
in
up.
athletics.
okay. You gain the
Yeah, you can
popularity
do
of
that.
some of them.
Yeah.
Jackpot,
Switched.
that's sports jackpot.
Sports
You know, back
jackpot.
then we used to see pockets of it. It wasn't, bro.
It wasn't
back
as
then,
pronounced and popular as this. Yeah.
You say,
It used to
okay,
be news.
Olisadebe Poland. It was a
Thank you.
king.
It used to be a
Yeah.
huge story. Now,
Don't
nobody-
fashion me.
you saw Samuel Omoriodion, like it didn't even trend on Twitter. Nobody cared because, bro, it's
It's
normal.
normal now.
Almost every country now. You want to say something about Austria?
No, because for Austrians, I've been expecting it, right? Because for context, growing up, the only people we knew, in short, growing up, Austria was the word for abroad because everyone in Agbo Asaba that traveled abroad was in Austria.
Are you serious?
Yes, it's only Austria I knew. Like even my uncle, I have an uncle who traveled to Austria in 1991. He has been in Austria since 1991. So I've always expected this. So anytime, even in sports, I've always expected that I've not seen enough Nigerian names in the Austrian team, apart from the one that we have in
Because
Alaba,
men, they
right?
moved that year. Men, they moved.
Yes, men moved that year. So I've always expected it. So now that you mentioned it, maybe it's just finally clicking now
Osagie.
that okay, yeah,
Because Austria as a footballing country too is now
is growing.
is
They're
growing.
deliberately trying to improve their
Osagie and
system.
Steve, may I bust your brain? May I bust your brain?
Yeah.
There's a controversy in South Africa right now
Yeah,
where a woman is not being allowed to run for Miss South Africa because she's
Yeah.
Nigerian.
yes,
She's of Nigerian descent.
Descent. Yes.
Yeah.
But I think that her dad is Nigerian, married to a Zimbabwean or something.
Yes.
Something.
Married to Zimbabwe. Now
Yeah,
contesting for
but
Miss
born
South
in
Africa.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
So Miss
Bro.
Johannesburg, yeah, and she's one of the top candidates to even win. But there's a protest now, like there's a huge backlash over it in South Africa.
Yeah, in the next 10 years, the only way Nigerians can excel is if you are the child of an immigrant. That's the watcher.
See, this Austrian one again. Ralf Rangnick has decided to create a 4-day camp for Austrian talents born from 2005 to 2008. The reason is to understand what the young players are like on and off the pitch, but also to promote and challenge them. The first name on the list is Ogonete Jerry.
I told you now, it's Delta State.
Adejunu Gure. Sorry if I'm butchering the name. The second name on the list, Oluwaseun Adewumi.
That's it. Let's go.
Lagos
Let's go.
Austria.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Bro, you don't know. He bust my head.
Oh God.
You know,
I never see anything.
And it just shows that the talent we have. Now, back to this whole footballing thing and Mikel Obi, what he said. Absolutely agree with him. I'm looking at it from the Nigeria FA's point, right? How do we take advantage of this?
Thank you. That's it.
How do we take advantage of this? Okay, these boys usually play.
Storytelling, narrative.
Thank you. These boys usually play for those countries under 16, under 18. From that point, I'm already contacting them. It's a project. And then you start to You start to follow up on them. Okay, this under 16, he did well. Under 18, we've approached him. We have poached him. He says he needs time to think about it. At under 21 again, before he plays for that national team, what's the pressure like? And then you start to sell the project to them. Hey, you might not make it here. You might not, look at Tammy Abraham. What's his full name? Tammy. It's not Tamilori.
Tammy, yes, and Tammy Abraham, no.
Yeah. He has not been able to bust into the team.
Same as Tomori.
Look at Tomori. Look at that lanky, tall ass player that should be. The same thing Victor Osimhen is doing. He can do it.
Yeah, 100%.
So why can't we have a pool of those players? So what are we doing? What is the project that has been sold to them? Let's get them in. Let's get Eddie Nketiah. He can't play for England.
For England, he should be playing for Ghana. He should be playing for Ghana.
He plays for Ghana, Nabi. He plays for Ghana.
No, he has not declared for Ghana. I'm not sure. He has not declared for Ghana. Yeah,
he hasn't declared for Ghana yet.
Hasn't declared for Ghana.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that guy that plays left back for Brighton? He plays for Ghana now.
What's his name?
That guy that was balling 2-3 seasons ago.
I can't remember this guy's name.
You know him. He plays for Ghana. So that's the project. Who is from the Nigerian FA that's following up on that project?
Yeah.
And then trying to poach these guys from everywhere. If you don't play well, there's always a place for you here. There's always, and then but the problem is that, and one thing Mikel didn't also that Mikel needs to understand as well. Some of these guys even want to play, but have we fixed the problem back home?
Nope.
Are we ready to accommodate them?
Do you understand? Have we fixed the problem back home? Okay, we have qualifiers. You put them in a cool hotel.
Yeah.
Where is
there's no national base?
Yes. Where's the national base? What's the name of the English national? St. George's Park.
St. George's Park, yeah.
He has everything from the training suits to the pitches to everything. So they all go to St. George's Park, and that's the base. And then they can do all their trainings and everything. Then from there, go to the main stadium to play their game. Where is our St. George's Park in Nigeria?
Guess what? Imagine the Super Eagles have a park, right? And you now invite all these boys. Just come to Nigeria and just see our camp. And as they enter, they see all the legends who have played for Super Eagles on the wall, the mural. That kind of stuff. They're already putting it in
the Benabo has now. This Lenny Euro that United signed recently, right? While the Jason Wilcox and Dan Ashworth and co, the technical director, the sporting director, etc., they all went, and the CEO, right? They all went to sort out the deal. They sent Ferdinand to him.
Yeah.
Yes, now. That is source power.
How are we getting, who are our most prominent Super Eagles players? Medal winning players, JJ Okocha, Kanu Nwankwo, Mikel. Let's get them on the project. Let's bring these boys in. Let's get these boys in. You understand?
Babayaro, because Babayaro said that English talk where we say.
It's an ex-Chelsea guy. Michael Lord that is the
Boss.
all up in Saudi Arabia. What are we doing? How we okay? This project, though, as we're building this project, we also have our under 16 project that we're building. So we'll continue to build that project as well, and then we'll see how we can infuse these foreign-based players into the project. But we don't have a project. So how do you want to? Eberechi Eze, we've seen pictures of him in the national jersey now, the training. I don't know if you've seen those pictures. He played He played a couple of games.
He came to camp now. Yeah, he came to Super Eagles camp. Yeah.
He just look and say, "This guy is not this serious."
They're not serious now.
So they put us for a cool hotel.
Everybody coming to disturb them. They can't even go to dinner in peace. They can't even go and have food in the dining in peace. Everybody just be disturbing them. People.
Do you know what it is to have a meal as a team? You're meant to have a meal. Your long benches. Everybody sit down and have a meal. You understand? We're not ready.
We're not ready.
We're not ready. So make anybody, what Mikel said, but I understand Mikel's points.
Yeah,
kept it 100 as well. Anyways, Prime Video recently reached a landmark 11-year streaming deal with the NBA and WNBA. Bro, this thing is big.
It's changing. Yeah.
It changes a lot, right?
It
changes a lot. So Prime Video will be the exclusive streaming service for 66 regular NBA games beginning in 2025, including the Emirates NBA Cup and the NBA playoffs, as well as regular and postseason WNBA games beginning in 2026.
The world is changing, fam. The world of
media
is changing.
I've not seen anything like this. And it's an 11-year deal.
How is this going to work? How is it going to be on TV? If
it's on streaming, you go to the streaming platform and it's live.
Bro, do you know how many people will now go and sign up?
But other people can do streaming.
What do you mean other people can do streaming?
Like older people, like that people that demographic. There's a demographic they can't. They're not like
maybe
really
they can
used
license
to
it to other.
Maybe they can license it to TV stations.
No, give me an example of an old person and how they operate their TV. They carry the remote, right? And they go to down, enter. My brother.
Smart TV, not the same thing. This one smart. It's true, not the same thing.
My brother, guess what? Smart. Guess what? Even the TNTs and co, they also have their apps that you can go and watch.
I know.
So you understand? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I think this is a big,
because right now, Netflix is like a TV channel in my house.
Yeah,
like you
have because everybody's using
smart TV. Button on, It's a single button on the TV remote.
On the remote. Yeah. And this, so again, the LGs and co and all these TVs, they've done exclusive partnership with these hardware companies where the remote has their button.
The remote has to be 100%. Yeah.
Which is whoever thought of that. I don't know if it's the product manager or the head of partnerships or whatever.
It's crazy.
Bro,
it's crazy.
Because my Fire Stick has the Netflix and Amazon button on it.
Even my TV has the Amazon and Netflix button.
Yeah, whoever was the first person that brokered that deal with the hardware company.
Mad.
I hope you are
getting your flowers. Yeah, it's
and your money, not flowers, money.
Yeah, money, obviously.
It's mad. But with Prime Video, full streaming company, this is amazing. This is amazing. So let me just read a bit of
for products. This is how I felt when Uber started doing wallets. I'm like, this is good. This is good. Put your money here. So that you are using our service for sure.
And shout out to OP, because it was OP that actually started it. Yeah, it was OP. All right, it was the same wallet with OP. It was one app. It was one app now. So you put your money in. When you take the ride, it deducts it from the same wallet.
It deducts it from your that's true.
And then the riders, that is the riders, the people with the bikes or the cab. When we did Oka as well, they also were platformed on OP, which was like so whenever payment goes from the customer, payment deducted from the customer, right? The rider is also immediately credited in the same OP wallet.
Yeah, in the same system.
Right. Also. And what we did back then was Uber was like, I think T+3.
Okay,
right?
The settlement time. Okay.
The settlement time. OP was like the next day. Damn. No, Uber was like maybe T+7 or one, like.
I think Uber was T+7. It was 7. Yeah.
We were like T+1. So the next day, boom, is in your wallet. Like,
Damn.
you understand? So people just started onboarding. It was mad. Our settlement was like really fast. And shout out to the person who then left OP and went to Uber to set this up for them as
Oh,
well.
for you? Real one?
Yeah.
For real? Oh, now
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, you get it. You
I
get it.
Sharp.
I get it.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's
Yeah.
dope. That's dope. Shout out to him.
I love innovation. I love innovation and that's what innovation does. Innovation eats up
You see it. Yeah, it's impactful. Yeah.
Very, very
Yeah,
impactful.
It's true.
I really enjoyed my time working there. Just because of the I had a big
High level
marketing
stuff,
budget
yeah.
anyways, but like just getting into the, rolling up your sleeves, getting into the thick of things and executing and then seeing it in reality.
Just seeing the result, yeah.
And that's one thing technology does, right? So when people tell me, oh, maybe this thing is a bit too foreign, people won't understand. I say, no, if it's a use case, forget anything you're talking about. We had people in Kano, right, using the app for kekes. There were no bikes in Kano. So immediately we wrote back to the engineering team, that, man, we've done our market research. There are no bikes in Kano. Within 2 weeks, they built the technology for keke.
For keke to do keke on demand, right?
We're doing keke Uber basically in Kano.
Yeah.
So we had customers in their house who would book a keke. The keke will come to their house to pick them up and drop them off. And because the keke had multiple spaces, we could pull it.
You could pull, yeah.
Which was crazy. Do you understand? Bro, within in less than 2 months, we're doing 70,000 rides in Kano in a day.
Damn.
70,000. So these are the uneducated riders who were not literate.
You're going to share some strategies with me.
Yeah. Uneducated riders, and I'm using this in air quotes, uneducated riders who were illiterate, like they said. They were operating the phone and everything in English. They were picking up rides, they were doing everything, and they were seeing their money. So at the end of the day, technology is amazing. This Amazon Prime Video, and I'm sure the other guy you saw, was it not Charles Barkley or who was it that put out the statement? The TNT guys, everybody, they were all in their feelings.
Of course.
Because what does this mean? This means they don't have the rights anymore.
Yeah,
right?
so they won't be on TV anymore.
That is crazy.
But would it make sense for it would make sense for
NBA
for Amazon to hire them, right? Is it possible?
No, they are definitely hiring their own analysts. They are definitely see, for him to even put out that statement, it means that they are not hiring him.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? It means that they are not hiring him. That's the problem. Because I wouldn't, if I knew that I was not going to get hired by these guys, I won't put out a statement. If I knew that there was a possibility that I'll get hired, I'll keep quiet and just keep watching.
That's true.
So maybe he's really riding hard with TNT and co. But it means that all those guys, like them Shaq, all those guys that do the the post-game analysis, everything, that is the in-game analysis, post-game analysis, when the game is being played. I don't know how it's going to turn out. But I know Amazon is like Prime Video, they are going to have Amazon their own set of analysts.
Amazon has to come correct because the standard is NBA and NBA and the TNT guys, they are the best sports TV I've seen.
Sports TV show.
In terms of entertainment. They're not very tactical, in terms of they're not very technical in terms of like discussing tactics, formation, stuff like
but
that.
Just the entertainment of it.
That's just the entertainment angle. And that's America for you. America knows how to, to have like a pop culture, to put pop culture feelings to most of the things. And that's why it had to be an American company that could come up with CBS, the concept of CBS Sports. For Thierry Henry, Carragher, and Michael Richards, even the flow of the show and everything. You can see that bit of TNT in it, right? TNT in it. So
it's fun.
Shout out to America, man. They know how to package these things and
make entertainment too.
Entertainment. It's not. They don't make it look very, very.
Well.
You see Carragher, you see Sky Sports, you see Gary Neville. It's very, very formal. It's very, very.
Even when Carragher is on Sky, he's a different character.
It's a different character to exactly what he is on CBS. So. Shout out to America. They know how to do that, and it's interesting. And that's how you sell things to the larger public, right? Especially when it's diluted, when it's like, all
right, so just to wrap this up, bad news for those who live in Greater China, Poland, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Netherlands. They will not be streaming the NBA and WNBA in those countries.
Okay. China where? China.
China, Poland, Sweden,
Why?
Norway, they don't have the rights. It might mean that those ones have like an existing right already.
Okay,
So
they
maybe
have an
could
existing
build
rights
the
okay,
rights.
with other people.
doesn't
Yeah,
cover
okay.
them.
All
Yeah.
right.
So those ones probably have a right with that country in that country with another.
So that means does that now mean that we can't can DSTV get it from Amazon and make it possible that we in Nigeria cannot access the NBA games on Amazon? Like, how is it going to work?
From Prime Video.
From Prime Video.
Yeah, so if DSTV has the rights in like a certain region, right? Prime Video won't have that rights. But as I saw, Nigeria is not on this list.
Okay, so Nigeria.
Interestingly,
Interestingly,
Nigeria is not on this list.
Okay.
But you guys are, Nigerians will get it for cheap anyways, because I think Prime Video is like 3.5 or more. Prime Video is like 3.5. It's like
Netflix just increased. Netflix just increased mine.
Yeah, by 40%.
40%.
7K.
Yeah, from 5.5 to 7K or 7.5 or so. Yeah,
7K.
That's if you're using the 4 screens.
Can someone bulk pay on Netflix and those platforms? No.
I don't think you can do annual payment. I think it's monthly.
It's monthly, Abi. Okay.
Yeah.
I would have loved to do the annual payment.
I'm also because that thing has helped me a couple of times. I won't lie to you, but I'm also surprised that you can't do, because like for other subscription services like Max, you can do annual payments. So I'm surprised that a Netflix will not
give us the option, right? I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Their reasons.
I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised. Anyways, let's get into some music. Guys, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years of Shanti's The Journey.
I have something to say about this album.
Let me be a perfect gentleman. Let me be the man to always hold you down. Would you be the one for me? Oh, be more. Why you're mine? I'm on
Check the charts.
Let me be your man. Shanties. Nice and beautiful. And if you ask me, I go tell them straight. Can't look at her, can't look where I want you. If they ask me, I go tell them straight. For my will be a good Jericho. Baba will show me. She be all over me. Baba will show me. Shanties, victims again, ooh, mama, yeah, mama, yo, mama, yo, girl, your body make me crazy.
Listening to this now, it sounds so much like Yanya's record.
Girl, I want to know your place. Girl, your body make me crazy. And I want to have a taste. Where you dancing to the best. Girl, I want to know your place.
Banga after banga.
Shanties, and another one. Details again. It's entertainment.
Straight out the bat, I'm going to ask you now: is this album a classic or not? Let's go.
100% classic. Come on now.
I want to
Oh,
ask you a
no. Who's-
question
Who's
Yeah.
arguing there?
because I saw this on Twitter, which I know is from ignorance POV.
Yeah.
This album or Burna Boy's debut album?
No, it's not comparable now. Come
It's
on,
not
cut it
comparable
off.
now. What's wrong
See,
with you
and
guys
let me
now?
let me also now state this, categorically state this, right?
What?
Life is not a great album. Burna Boy
And
has
it wasn't
done,
well received.
yes,
it wasn't
Burna Boy has
well
done,
received when it dropped.
Burna Boy has done amazing stuff. And when I say it's not a classic album, it's not like a great album. It's just a good album. It's like a 3.5/5 album, right? Because it was way advanced, the style and everything. He did well on some were not. Like, it's not a great album,
Yeah.
but anybody that says, oh, live, blah, 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 it's just that nostalgia shit that goes
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
that they
yeah.
do around it. And they started doing it a long time ago. And I noticed, but please, don't do that. Do not do it. Do not do. The Journey is a classic. I remember listening. Do you remember when we listened to this album?
No,
We're
Osagie,
coming
it's
back
you
from-
Osagie, it's you and I. No,
Is you and I? We're in an
bus.
SUV or a bus.
No, in a bus. We went for an event in a cool hotel. I can't
Thank
remember.
you.
Was it?
I think it was
Net?
Hit TV.
No, it wasn't
No.
Hit TV. It was the
It
conference.
was Net.
It was Net conference.
The white
Exactly.
SUV.
The white SUV.
The pickup truck.
Cop truck, exactly. So we went for the Net conference, right? What do we call the
Yeah,
conference again?
NEC, now NEC.
NEC, Nigerian Entertainment Conference,
yeah.
right?
Yes.
We're tired. Worked the whole day. It was an event now, so everybody was
Thank
really,
you.
really tired.
2014. Thank
And-
you.
Yes, we bought
Thank
the-
you.
Osagie had bought the album, but he had not played it. So we immediately entered the bus. Osagie gave it to the driver to say, "Play this album. We'll just feel him, my brother."
From
And
one
we
track to
felt
the next.
it. Like nobody
Banger
slept.
after a banger.
You know when you went, I entered that bus to sleep. Track 1 enter, track 2 enter. I'm like, hold on, what's happening here,
Yeah.
bro? We got to the office. I just looked at Osagie. I said, "This is a madness."
It's
And
a
that was
madness.
it. That
Yeah.
was it.
It's a madness. It's a madness of an album.
I swear, that was
It's a
it.
madness of an album. And shout out to
No.
Shantizo. What an album.
Yeah.
What a build up to the album. He and D Tunes, what they did on this. And that's why I tell you guys, I think some of the best albums we've heard are always that
Producer,
artistic with producer,
yes, partnership,
artist
collaboration.
producer, yes.
Yes.
The Gongwaso album. There are a couple of
Yeah.
albums like that will always stand out because the signature sound, everything, it makes it really
Yeah.
good. Everything D-Tunes, you thought D-Tunes did on Inyanya versus Desire, he
Bro.
upped his game.
Optic.
He was kind of kicked out of the MMMG thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all
yeah.
of that. So he found Shantizo. Shantizo was just leaving South Sultan's Nigerian Ninja crew.
Yeah.
Perfect collaboration. They dropped Shole. Shole is not even on this album.
Sholo is not because of the controversy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, okay,
Shole
you
didn't
think
make the album.
it's Shole, you think that's all it is, right? You think that's
Yeah.
it's just Shole?
I got
Watch
you
me.
guys.
Watch me.
No,
this album is
shout out
crazy.
to him. Shout out to
This
him.
album
It's-
is crazy.
10 years after, we're playing it now. It still sounds from that era,
Fresh.
but that's something where you could dance to Nagbedu.
Does it? Do we have a music in time episode on this album? No.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet. But it's something I want to do. I think I found someone who's going to host it with me. I
Oh,
found
okay.
someone. Yeah.
Okay.
I found someone. So we will start very soon. So shout out to Shantizu. Big ups. I know people talk about you at this time. Oh, what did you do after it? There's all that whole, you won the next rated. Burna didn't win it, but Burna is bigger. There's all Shantizu, take your flowers. The Journey was an amazing album. You're an amazing artist. You're an amazing person.
Yes.
Get all the love from us. We love you. Hope you're doing well.
And hope you're enjoying your journey.
Thank you. Remember, it's
Yeah.
not the destination, it's the journey.
The
Now
journey,
you tell us.
Yeah.
Money,
you know,
bro.
So shout out to you. Shout out to Shantizo. What a moment in time. While
For the
the
moment.
Davidos, the Whiskies, the Burners, the Olamides, he came and did his own thing and held them. In fact, shout out to Shantizo because what we're enjoying and experiencing from Kiss Daniel now is that,
Yeah, is that vibe? Is that
that
poppy?
vibe.
Yeah, give
it's
that
true.
vibe. Yeah.
It's true. It's true. It's true.
Beautiful music, beautiful
Awesome.
writing, beautiful
Awesome.
writing as
Love it.
well. And from when he wrote, I don't know the timing of when he wrote the songs, but from when he dropped Shode to go on to drop this kind of things, the writing and everything. Remember the record with Tiwa Savage? Oh my God, Iggy
Oh, that's
Orombo.
it, John.
No, man. I don't let's go too much into it, but shout out to Sean Tizu. That's some really good stuff. Well accepted. That was even the thing. All right. I've been in my halal bag thanks to Brain Jota.
One time.
You know. Shout out to Brain Jota. Come on.
One time.
Let's go.
Akwenyi ga-abụ isi oche. Akwenyi ga-abụ isi oche. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Na-asị ma nịnya chebe enyi. Ọ dịgasị na-abata m enyi. Na-asị ma nịnya chebe enyi. Ọ dịgasị na-abata m enyi. Akwenyi ga-abụ isi oche. Akwenyi ga-abụ isi oche. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Gwogwogwo.
Come on. If you can see me right now, I'm doing the dance with my leg. Oh. Hey. And I'm going to who will I chase? Am I chasing Steve Wayo? But yeah, you're listening to Gentleman Mike Ejahia. If I didn't, yeah, and then the song you're listening to is called Kaisi Onye Isi Oche. Beautiful record that recently went viral when popular skit maker, comedian, and content creator, let me describe him properly, Brain Jota, used it as part of one of his skits. Very unconventional skits.
Yeah.
Very random. He likes to dance. Brain Jota likes to dance.
Yeah.
When he does some of his skits where he just dances and fools around. And I think this one was really interesting to watch because he does something where he whines and shakes his leg. But someone also passes beside him and does the same thing. I'm sure you guys have watched the video. If you haven't, go to Brain Jota's page on Instagram. The song went viral immediately because people started dancing, and it's led to
It has
people
gone international.
It has gone international. Wow.
White people started doing it already.
White people started doing it.
Are you serious? And
our cultural currency is mad. Let's leave it to Nigeria. Yeah.
Nigeria's soft power is crazy.
It's crazy.
Too much.
Do you know this thing is that skit is less than 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just doing something random. They dance
crazy.
together, the guy dances, then he looks at him, then he runs after him. It's just random, right? And it's just two different skits.
Yeah.
And people have gone to visit this man in his home. This is where I felt sad because somebody that has this amazing music and has, people who were led by passion and did music for passion, are not rewarded. It's very painful. I hope his streaming he's receiving his streaming, and whoever handles his publishing, I hope he's receiving the earnings. But people have gone to visit him.
I heard they give him 30,000 naira every month for his publishing. That's all he earns every month.
I mean, it should increase now.
Yeah, it should increase now because of the
It should increase.
Yeah, it should increase now, And people a lot of people paid him visits, cloud chasers included as well, and all of
Brain
that.
Jota also went.
Yeah, Brain Jota also went, and it was a big thing. And I heard he was going to give him some money, some Enuge one. What's that guy? That lawyer on Twitter. I'm not even going to justify.
Don't mention his name. Just
saying nonsense. Anyways, it's one of those things the internet does.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things the internet does, where things just go viral and it happens randomly. That's the funny thing. It happens right. Oh, this reminds me. Okpeyemi Famakin, you are listening to this. Okpeyemi took a sound clip and used,
For the
and used it.
turkey.
And it was
good.
amazing.
That was good. That was
No,
good.
it was amazing. I have to give him props. The way he used it.
That's why he is who he is now. That's why he's the biggest food critic. He's a fantastic content creator. So shout out to him.
It's really good content creating.
Now that you mentioned it, holding. Let me tell you, maybe I'm bush, I'm ghetto, but holding a wine glass that way isn't it stressful? Do you get it? Like I tried it yesterday, and like I couldn't hold it for more than like 3-4 seconds. Like I couldn't hold it. Like,
you know why you couldn't hold it like that?
Why?
The volume of the liquid in the wine glass.
Don't do that. Don't do it. I'm not that ghetto now. Come on now.
You don't fool up. You don't fool the glass, my brother.
I hate you, man.
Steve, you know what you've done now? You know what you've done?
What
You've
have I
given him
done?
another audio soundbite.
I love when stuff like this goes viral. So shout out to
shout
gentleman Michael here. Shout out to him, and
shout out to him.
wish you all the best. All right, new albums that dropped. EL, that's my favorite Ghanaian rapper, by the way. EL, not any other. EL is I actually feel EL is the best South African Ghanaian rapper because he raps, produces, and sings. To me, that's in my own opinion, humble opinion. He just dropped Bar 7, which is his latest body of work. He's been doing the series since Bar 1. Bar 2 was my favorite. All up to now, and listen to Bar 7. KC, Mr. Limpopo, he's dropped a new album, Mr. Versatile. Shout out to KC.
Shout out to KC.
KC has an amazing body of work.
Himself, man. Come on now.
Constantly reading
Afro beats too.
I don't think he gets the respect.
Yeah, he doesn't get the respect, and he doesn't get the critical coverage.
Yes.
Like they don't cover him from the artistic point of view. They just
You're right. You're right. Like they don't look. You're right.
Yeah.
This guy went into cultural praise.
Straight up.
Then left cultural
Volume 1
praise
to 4.
and then did Ojapiano.
Inspired the Ojapiano sound.
Nah.
Come on now.
And this is after him doing pop music, doing hip hop,
everything. Like,
bro,
gospel.
Come on now.
People
Gospel.
listening to this, where were you when he dropped Sengemenge?
Bro, this guy won a talent
Fresh.
show.
He won it.
They beat Asha. Come on now.
Casey.
Come on now.
No, people see longevity is Casey.
Yes, 100%.
He's
100%.
you know
Yes,
what? He's Mr.
He
Longevity.
is. Yes.
Do you know Casey is, if you look at it technically, Casey is two-face set.
Yes.
now.
100%. Yes.
Casey is
Of
two-face
course.
set because 99 is when they dropped Baba Esheo Baba, that Kenny's music remix. It was 99.
Yeah. Oh.
Was it 99 or 97? Ayo?
No, 99 is 99.
It's
It has to be
99,
99. It has to be 99. Yeah.
Casey is, so if you're, and Casey has released more, like he's been more consistent than even Two-Face.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Because Two-Face was like the yardstick of Mr. Consistent, Then there was Sound Sultan, he's passed away. I actually think Casey is number one now, Mr. Longevity.
You know my favorite saying about Casey?
Oh,
And it was our guy that said it. He said Limpopo was a comeback. For those who don't know. Because some people think Limpopo started his career.
Because Limpopo is what, 2014?
2014, yeah.
2013, 2014, and people thought that was
his first era.
and that's his Limpopo is his third era. Third.
I have a funny Casey press story.
Yeah.
So at Nets, I was invited for a press conference, and I got there. It was fresh, right? A record label just signed in. Blah blah blah. I was looking at him, I'm like, man, there's a story here. I'm looking at him like the story is not right. Like I look at him as the story is not the record label signing him or his career. The story here is Casey. So what do I do? So during our one-on-one interview, did a story, asked him about what do you think? Then that was the Popo era. That's so Casey was like top 5 artists in the country.
Yeah.
So I asked him about the success, and he said, he spoke about it. Then I went home. When I came to the office, did the story. And I don't know if Osagie will remember. The headline was, "I'm not envious of Casey's success."
I remember the story.
Fresh.
I saw it. I remember this.
Bro, that was my
story
first. That was my first viral net story. I was so proud of myself. That week. I was so proud. Like I saw the story, I was like, "Come on, man, Steve did it. You did try." And I think I've mentioned it before. Net was what made me have the confidence to say, "Oh, I can do this." You do that because of what net is to the culture, what it was to the culture, right?
Yeah.
Playing on that level, say, okay, you know, I can play anywhere. Then do you get?
Yeah.
Just like say,
Yeah.
I'm playing in Premier League now, so
I can
play
go
anywhere.
and play in any team. I can go and play anywhere.
Exactly. You know, that was my first viral story on net, so I was really, really happy.
Yeah, we put you through the fire.
Yeah.
Oh, really did.
You know. And I think once you go through that, it's like playing football on the beach, and then you go back to like
you
the
go
grass.
back to the field. Exactly.
You go to fly.
It's easier. Yeah. It's easier. Yeah.
Yemi Alade also dropped a new album, Rebel Queen. I want to give Yemi Alade. I don't think I was on Spotify, right? And I listened to this album, by the way. I just want to say, this is a good album. Rebel Queen. It's a good album.
I listened to it. It's a good album.
And I've had my own opinion on how like Yemi Alade writes and her music and all of that. And I think it's valid. But like I listened to this album, it's actually well done. I like the writing. I like the music. I like the vibe. I like everything. Beyond that, I want to give this beautiful woman some props with what she's done. A consistency. I want to give her that props. What she's been able to do with her music, how she's always been consistent ever since she dropped her debut, and most importantly, how she's just always stuck to her theme. She's never moved out of that theme, and she's owned the space and she's done it well. 2014 King of Queens, 2016 Mama Africa, right? 2017 was an amazing year for her. She then drops Black Magic. Then she goes back to the Mama Africa she dropped the year before, and then does the French version called Mama Afrique. Then in the same 2017, she then goes and drops Black Magic Deluxe. Then she takes a break in 2018. 2019, she comes back with Woman of Steel. In 2020, she drops Empress. In 2021, she drops Queen Don't Come. Right? In 2022, she drops African Body. This is when she now kind of modernized the whole African thing. She dropped African Body. In 2023, she still drops another project, but it's an EP. It's called Mama Piano. Right? She takes advantage of the whole Mama Piano thing. She drops an EP called Mama Piano. Then 2014, she drops a Rebel Queen. Everything from the branding, the image, consistent. And she's mixed it up with like the sound, mixed it up with shout out to you, Yemi Alade. I think you are very well up there in terms of like queens and everything. And I know maybe I've not given you your love and your props that much, but yeah, it is, man. Shout out to you. I love this album. I enjoyed it. I was working with it, and it was a vibe. All right.
Yemi Alade.
Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to her. Who else do we have?
Yoruba Igbo girl. That was our first brand.
That was the first brand. Yeah. Yoruba Igbo girl. That was the first brand.
That was our first brand.
All right. Charge It to the Game by Replay. I love Replay. African World Gangsters. Anti-World Gangsters, Modu and Co. Replay is actually my favorite member of the group. Okay. So yeah, shout out to Replay. Amazing body of work.
It's from the Odumodu. Oh, I didn't know.
It's from the Odumodu camp.
I like him. I like him.
The project is dope. The project is dope. Charge It to the Game. It's a dope project. It's a dope project. I like the way he raps. I like his vibe. He reminds me of like a Lloyd Banks in G Unit. You know, that kind of thing. He's like you have the general and he's like the second in command, that kind of vibe. That's the vibe I like. Then BOJ dropped 12 Summers. You guys can check it out.
That's the album. I love the album, man.
You love the album. All right. And Sinzu dropped Dear Afro Beats, a new project from him. I listened to it. Not bad. You know, it's always good to hear Sinzu. I didn't understand the concept of Dear Afro Beats because he's rapping and doing his thing. Like I wanted to get the story. I didn't get it, but you know, if you use that name to draw people in, then it's fine. Shout out to him as well. All right, guys. As we were discussing the albums that I just dropped, I did actually found out that I read somewhere. Actually, I didn't find out that Gentleman Mike Egeaha's album Akoko Negu Volume 1, right, which was released in 1976, which has the track that we were just listening to, has entered the Spotify Nigeria charts at number 95, and I think it's still going to chart a bit higher.
Yeah, so
I love the power. I love the internet. I love it,
man. Yeah,
internet is beautiful.
A 30 seconds clip makes a whole album go viral.
Yeah,
1976, guys. That's when this album dropped.
Mhm.
And that's why you think
Life
about
is
the
just
things
interesting.
you think about the things you're doing now. Think about the things you're doing now and how it can affect, or what will happen, how it can affect the future, what can happen. Just think
Yeah.
about the things you're doing now. Some of the things you've done, some of the videos you've put out, some of the content you've written. I always tell, we used to tell journalists in the newsroom back then, what are you doing? You're curating history. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Because somebody in 2125, right? And yes, that time is coming. For those people that think, oh, we are at the end of the world. Let me tell you something. AD 100, people thought the world was ending then.
Yep.
AD 50. AD 50 safe.
Do you understand? Everyone's like, no, Jesus Christ said he's coming back now. Let me just chill. It's coming. I could day when he come back now. Do you understand? That's what people thought. Oh, the end of the world is the end. No, guys, there is going to be the year 3000. You are not special. That's one thing. One thing people need to just realize: you're not special. It is not your time. The world will end. The rapture is not going to end your. No, you're not the what they call it, the who's coming out. They say the beast. No, what's that?
The Antichrist.
Thank you.
Antichrist.
It is not coming in your era. don't feel special. Stop it.
But I don't blame them, Sha. It's what
Why?
they've been indoctrinated with in the 90s. All that fear gospel, all that scare
was
tactics.
crazy.
Give your life to Christ now. The Antichrist will come and kill you. Or,
Did you ever receive those pamphlets that they said, somebody received this and then didn't pass it to the next person and then he died
yes.
5 days later?
Yeah.
Steve, did you
Those
ever
are
receive
emails,
those
sir.
pamphlets?
No.
I received them as
never
emails.
received.
When emails just started like that in Nigeria.
Oh, you got them as emails, but did you get the
Yeah.
pamphlets?
No, I never got the pamphlets.
Are you for real? Oh, mine was, I think, because I think I know the religious body that did it, but he still says he doesn't know it. Then I'm very surprised.
No, it's not Deeper
No,
Life.
it's not
Deeper Life
Deeper-
is not. Deeper Life does
It-
not.
People like do not push that.
Maybe it was
Deeper
Deeper Life does not
JW.
push that. That's not our.
It's not
we
your
don't do
style.
that.
You just tell
No, it's
people,
not.
hey, don't watch TV. That's it.
Yes.
Conservative. That's all.
Yeah.
Although to your point, there's also Deeper Life. Like I think their ministry is driven by the fear of the last days. So the Book of Revelation is very important to Deeper Life, to the church, right? They use that script. That's the Book of Revelation is just fear. Like it induces fear in you because of that. The Antichrist, the end days, right? Per se. So that thing about passing this thing to another person, you die. No. Deeper Life does not do that. Yeah.
It was a thing, no? They say if you didn't pass this, and so in the message had the message about giving your life to Christ, blah blah blah. But like people who didn't pass it, Samantha, who was a mother of 2, received it on so day. She decided to keep the news and not pass it to the next person. 4 days later, she was found dead. Omo. I looked at my mom. I said, we must pass this message. Oh my god. Yeah, that happened. Well, anyways, this man released this album in 1976, and 48 years later. 48. Think about what you're doing now. How can it go? What will happen 48 years from now? He never saw this coming.
Never.
And guess what? Beyond the money he's going to receive, beyond the streaming, beyond the, it's what will make this man feel good?
Well,
his recognition for his music.
Yeah.
That's what's going to make him feel good. Not the money, not any of those things. It's the recognition of his music. I mean, people recognize my music. This man has forgotten about music, moved on with his life. 48 years now. Think about it. Do you know what happened 48 years?
Yep.
Shout outs. Man, music is amazing. The internet is amazing. Anyways, I wanted to ask you guys a question. Who is the most feared Afrobeats artist? Or the most feared? Let me remove the word artist. Let me say, who's the most feared Afrobeats person? Whether in UK, global, diaspora, local.
Are you talking about like in terms of street credibility or?
I'm just saying, as an Afrobeats person, is the most feared. Nobody will fuck with this person.
Feared in what? Feared in music or feared in reputation?
Everything. Not music. Nobody say who sabi make music pass or who rap. Who is the most feared Afrobeats personality? The most feared, that nobody would dare cross. Nobody would dare do anything negative. It must be positive. It's either it's positive or is not Suge Knight, to be honest.
It's not that level.
You know, the person doesn't.
that
This
level.
person also doesn't have a no, guys. This person does not have a reputation of.
I choose Olamide.
Okay, Ayo.
I also go with Bado.
Ding, 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 ding. You guys are both correct. Olamide is the most feared person in Afrobeat.
Yeah.
Nobody can move to him.
Nobody.
They can't. You can't move. Yeah, you can't.
You see that thing, you know, and you know, some people want to argue and say Don Jazzy. I think Don Jazzy ranks like immediately after, like just immediately after, right? Because you don't want to also cross paths with Don Jazzy. But why I would say Olamide is ahead is that what Wiz did to Don Jazzy, like those tweets and everything, how it's sort of like you can't do it to Olamide.
No, you can't. Fear no go let down.
I have some
Olamide.
backstories.
Fear no go let
I have
down.
some backstories that I'll tell you guys later in the group chat. Sir.
Bado-
Fear no go let down.
Bado na Baba. You understand?
Yeah.
Bado na Baba. I have
And it's
not
also-
seen. Yeah, go ahead.
and also the way he moves. He moves like the way he moves. He moves like he deserves that respect, right? He has earned it because he has really moved right. And Olamide does not bother anybody.
And I'll tell you, do you know how he has risen to that reputation? So for people listening to this is there's no negative connotation to this, by the way. Do you know how he has risen to that reputation?
Yeah.
The amount of people he has that has passed through him and have been successful.
That's true. That's true.
As
Don Jazzy
is as an artist himself, and remaining an artist, he never retired when all of this was happening.
Yes.
That's even the craziest part. Like you look at, I've always said it, right? Nigerian artists don't do well as label producers or execs. It's not easy. And that's why we always give a lot of props to Banky W.
Yeah.
Because he produced one of the biggest Afrobeat artists, along with the other people on the label. It wasn't only Banky, of course, they were you know, and all of that. But like you give Banky the props. But Olamide remained an artist all through at the highest of the highest levels and was able to like put out people. So I think where he's risen to now, there's a lot of respect. The respect is at 100, but there's also some element of fear. And he's been able to create that persona where he doesn't talk much.
Yeah. I have a criticism though.
Yeah.
Of his YBNL. Yeah, there's no corporate feel to YBNL. Like in terms of like Maven, there's an office, there's X, right? AME.
It's the branding. It's the way he's branded it. Look at it. Look at the Cameron and the Diplomats. They're business now. But do you see them as a business?
It's true.
There's a joke.
You won't see them as a business, right? Cash Money, you won't see them as a business.
Yeah.
But when they say Rock Nation.
Rock Nation, business.
So it's also part of the branding.
The branding, yeah.
But
apart from branding, even in practice, I'm not sure they don't have an office. They don't have
of course now, of course. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I never knew that.
There's a joke. There's a joke me and one guy used to say that look at Maven now. Maven has an office. You can identify, at least 6 or 7 people working in Maven.
Yeah.
Yep.
Say YBNL, they move like ghosts. Office, you don't know.
I swear.
Go on LinkedIn and search YBNL. You will not see somebody saying I'm working in YBNL. I only know 2 people
I guess
who work
this
in
point.
YBNL.
I guess this point.
I only know 2 people who work in YBNL.
You
and
get
the second person says, now background, you know, go see that, you know, if you see her. See, they move like
I guess that's why the
YBNL
partnership. I guess that's why the partnership with Empire works, because Empire sort of brought that corporate structure.
The corporate feel to it. Yeah,
and then you have the guys working, Bolaji, Eze, and the team, right? And then they
that's true. Now that you mentioned Bolaji. Yeah.
So they came in as like a label service, and they will handle distribution and all of that, and all of that. And they brought that corporate feel into it. So they brought the label services into it, and then sort of like absorbed YBNL. And I guess left like the talent and everything to Olamide, who's still handling all of that, discovering the artists, look at, bro, 10 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong, but about 10 years ago, maybe not 10, 9 years ago, yes, no, 10 years ago, right? He discovered Lil Kesh.
Yeah, 2014.
Around that period. Yeah, 2014.
10 years after, he has another artist who's at the top of the game.
Yeah.
Who's about to shut down O2 again for the second
Who's
time.
do you get what I'm saying? 10 years after, he has another artist who is going on a tour, Lungu Boy. I give it to Olamide.
Mhm.
Yeah, I give it to him. You know, so he's at that level, and I think for me, like, people respect him, but people also fear him.
And not just in the industry, even from a fan perspective, you see when you see this whole FC Burna Boy stand, the video stand, you can never mess around that name, that Olamide. You can never mess around that name.
If you think so, people always say like, oh, the FC they are toxic, or the OB 30 BG they are toxic. Let me tell you something. Say one negative thing about Olamide.
Yep.
Just one.
Even I myself, I will come for you. And I'm not a stand. Let alone stand. Do you get?
I don't even allow Olamide to disrespect on my own tier. Once you
the Bado fans,
for me too, the way he carried, his relationship with Fino too was very important to me. He broke Fino basically. Ghost mode, like you guys don't understand ghost mode. You guys get it. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm just like to see a hardcore rap song, like pop success. Like when they say there's no element, there's no singing on that song.
There's no singing. No.
It's just pure raps.
There's nothing.
Bro, and the chorus is not a normal chorus.
Do you get? And became the biggest song in the country for like a year and two. Come on, man. Yeah. I appreciate that thing a lot. Philly rap. I appreciate that thing a lot. That co-sign alone. Doing an album with him.
You know, one of my best
stuff like that. Yeah. I love Olamide.
You know, one of my best moments.
Yeah.
You know, one of my best moments was when they're doing Fino Fest, maybe 016, 017.
Yeah, in Enugu also.
And Olamide and Fino were performing Dope Money.
Yeah.
And Igbo boys were rapping Olamide's part. I said,
Olamide's best. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It's not more hip hop than this.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
It doesn't get more hip hop than that.
It doesn't get more hip hop than that. Yeah.
And I see you guys are totally right on this and right on the money. And take it back to our conversation with like the whole Nollywood thing, with the niqab and everything, Murik responding and all of that.
Yeah.
There is an importance of communities, right, fostering peace and collaborations. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Right? We can see how it has happened with music.
Yeah.
See what you're talking about, right? People in Enugu rapping Yoruba word for word, bar for bar. And they did that, and they did Father.
Yeah.
Which to me is even...
Oh, that's smash.
Okay, we did rap. Now we're going to sing.
That's a problem. Let's sing.
You understand? We did rap. Now we're going to sing.
God,
Father is... there's Connect.
Yeah.
After Connect, was Olamide Connect?
Olamide.
The first did Connect. No,
the first did Connect. But then I draw Father.
Come on.
So you're listening to that and you're like, these things foster collaboration.
It does.
There's no how you can put it together and everything. It first, bro. Shout out to Mastercraft.
Every day by day, I just they celebrate. Everything I do, we just they penetrate. I just want to say, thank you, Jehovah. See, I'm living large, I get angels so for my ghetto. Never forget where I come from, not from ghetto. Oh, no. I just want to say, thank you, Jehovah.
If we had communities, right? Communities where, I'll give you an example. Growing up in my secondary school, Mondays to Thursdays, everybody, song of praise, bring out your SOP and read.
Standard.
You understand? At the assembly in the morning. And I think we used to do assembly in the afternoon. Like you would read the SOP, you read the hymn. Everybody reads the hymn. If you're a Muslim, you must have your SOP. You must read the hymn. Standard. Then you see, my people, on Friday morning, everybody on the assembly, irrespective of religion, we are all reading the Islamic rites. I knew how to read the I don't know what it's like how do you describe it? It's like it's like it's a rite that you read, right? It's a prayer, rather. Let me just describe it like that. It's a
Yeah.
prayer, just like how you read like the Lord's Prayer, right? There's a prayer. Everybody, Christian or Muslim or Friday morning, everybody will read it in school. That's one thing as the secondary school did. They made us all become one from that age. And whether you like it or not, it piqued our interest into like other religions. I found myself and my other classmates who were Christian ask, our classmates who were Muslim, what does this thing mean? And then they will even translate it to us. See, I'm trying to explain to you that the prayer that we were reading it was in Arabic, was not in English. And we learnt it. If you don't learn it, they'll flog you. Like everybody must read it. Because Monday to Thursday, everybody sang him. So Friday, everybody. And that created that kind of collaboration amongst us. If we had community centers where the people from different backgrounds, different religion collaborate together, meet, share ideals, you understand context of everybody's religion and where they are coming from, whether it is, so I'm looking at ethnic background or religious background, there will be less stereotyping, there will be less fighting, there will be less instigating, right? That's how I see it. But
Less
what do we have?
tribalism.
Yes, less tribalism, but we don't have that. What do we have? What replaced the community centers? Churches. And everybody face one place. In fact, there are some churches, they are even predominantly one tribe. So the other tribe does not feel welcomed.
Welcome there. Yeah.
That one has to do with more of like the founders and yeah, I get what you're saying, sir.
So we need those things. Where have we met different kind of people? Where we go and play football.
Yeah.
And then you meet different kind of people. I mean, apart from school, you meet different kind of people in school. But when you play football, you meet other people. We need those things. We need places where people can go and ask for help.
Yeah.
We need different sports, not only football. Some people want to do judo. Some people want to swim.
Yeah.
You understand? Some people
want to cycle.
Some people, they are physique. They can't play football. They don't have some people have knocking knees. They just want to play chess. Yeah. Can I go to the community center where there's a chess club?
Bro, that's an element that has been lost in the Nigerian rural and urban setting. Growing up, there's somewhere we all go to. You know that, here and I hear everything that happen. We play chess, we play snooker. No, maybe not snooker. Snooker had a negative stereotype at that time.
Yes.
But we used to play chess and
table tennis.
Like table tennis, thank you. There's usually that house where everybody in the street goes to.
Yes, or an area, or a park,
a park or something like that.
Like this.
Yeah, the basketball guys go and do their thing.
Yes, ours was the Ijebulen family. That's where they're very welcoming. That's where everybody goes to. That's where we watch football. That's where we just go and hang. Just a random afternoon, you can just go there, you see somebody there. Right? Then later it became this Obianke house. That's the first house on the street. Because they had trees, so we put a bench under the tree and stay there. It connects
from the tree, from there we see anything.
A junction. Thank you. From there we see a junction. So that was like the meeting point of everybody in the area, right? Then like the most interesting time was when we wrote WAEC. So every morning you do your house chores, your siblings have gone to school, you go to the sports. You go there, play Scrabble, play chess, just gist, play snooker, play tennis, stuff like that. I hardly see those things around now. Right? Around even the area that I stay now. And I wonder how people just pass their time. Everybody's just in their house, social media, TV, stuff like that. And those interactions is something that will be missing. And it will make people socially awkward. You won't have socially conscious people in terms of how to interact with people, how to meet new people and strike up conversations with them and stuff like that. I hope we bring that back. And so that our young people, like the children growing up, our kids growing up, can be able to feel comfortable talking to people and not just be on the internet all day.
Yeah, that's why you need social centers. At least every local government should have 5 or 6 or 7.
My brother, let's start with one, please.
Let's start with
one. I beg. Let's start with one.
Maybe talk about sports center. Maybe just even do social center first.
Should more just do social center. Me, I'm a big advocate of sports centers because I believe that sports centers can also be social centers, right?
Yeah, you can mix
yes, we can just use one stone, kill 2 birds. Just say, okay, sports center where there's somewhere people can gather, talk, have conversations, meet mentors, like every Tuesday evening, every Wednesday evening, every Saturday evening. Do you get stuff like that? It's
Mentors
really,
are
really
important.
important. They're very
Mentors
important.
are important.
Are very important. I know the role that I've played in this place I play football, right? The Alucos team, right? I know the role I've played in, just advising someone who wants to go to school, what courses do I choose? Just the confusion that comes with being a youth. You get like, I know the advice and the resources that I've offered them, right? In terms of even something as small as buying boots for someone. Do you get? Because if that guy does not have a boot, he's not going to play football. And if he's not playing football, there's a high probability that he's doing something that won't end up like that will,
Standard.
And yeah, exactly. That
So
will
that
put
is
him in
normal
a
now,
bad
standard.
spot, right? So you buying a boot for him to play football, you are helping his life because you're engaging him in something else instead of crying. Do you get it? So these things are very important, and it's just sad that deliberately, like in terms of strategy wise, we don't have it. There's nobody gearing towards it and stuff like that. It's something that I would love to do if I had the resources and the time to lead such efforts. Yeah,
I think there's no perfect time to start it, but I think a group of people needs to come together. Whether we like it or not, we need funds.
Yeah,
you need funds.
Yeah.
Because
you need money.
You need to pull people out. Like you need to keep people busy. You need to pull people out. You need to train them. You need to mentor them.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of young boys who want to be mentored.
Yep.
A lot of young boys. Okay.
Yep.
I just like we've talked about the most dangerous time for me as in your adolescent phase is when you finish secondary school. Between that secondary school and uni.
And uni, exactly.
Yeah.
The parents have gone out.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you literally
I sat down to think about it one day, and from my set where we grew up, like the guys who missed it and the guys who everything happened after secondary school. That's
where some people get pregnant.
Thank you.
Or
teenage pregnancy.
Yeah,
that's when the guys who entered crime, who later became like prison guys, like every 2 months you hear say, "Oh, don't go prison." That's when it started. That's when people start smoking badly, like took on like really bad habits.
Drug addicts.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's when it happened. I remember one at the time I was in 100 level. His teeth has already like the coloration has changed because of drugs.
Yeah.
Do you get? I came back from school one day. I saw him. I looked at him like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Then I later discovered it was drugs. I'm like, fuck. I thought he was sick. It's drugs. Do you get? So a lot of things happen. You can continue again.
Yeah. So yeah, we need those things. And if private people say, I don't know how to go about it, but I think it would be a great thing if like people even listening, like how do we come together and create something? Create something that can help young people and just mentor them.
Yeah.
Whether you're training them, you're putting them in positions, you're mentoring them, just giving them free game.
Free game, yeah.
Yeah, because when you meet young people, I have like a 30 minutes conversation with a young person. It's like their mind is blown. Like, wow, I never thought of it this way. Okay, I now know what to do. I have actionable steps. So I would like something like that where you can then have like maybe monthly check-ins to just progress.
Yeah,
match people.
And it's just it's true. Funds require funds. Because what's in my head is try those guys is I encourage them to go learn a trade. Like when you learn that trade, after 4-6 months, come back. I have this money to give you so that you start your own practice. That's something I would have loved to do. Then, as you start your practice, I'll help you set up social media accounts, teach you how to create content, buy content creating equipment for you, like maybe a ring light, get you a good phone, so that every day, every week, you're making content about your trade. Oh, I'm a plumber. These are 5 things you should be doing, blah, 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 blah. Build up that following and start earning.
You know the beautiful thing about that? Before, we used to think, oh, you need to say it in a certain way. You need to say
No, any way you like.
The internet has democratized information.
Bro.
Now, pidgin is a bit talk. Speak your pidgin.
There's one girl I bought this thing from vacuum sealer last week, right? I needed to cargo some goods, so I needed a vacuum sealer for the fish, right?
Okay.
I was looking for where to buy it. I saw it on Instagram. The only thing this girl speaks in pidgin English. That's the only speaks in pidgin English. I just went to her DM. She responded to me. I sent money and they dispatched it. Simple. Do you get? Like, there's no way to say it. Say it any way you are comfortable with. The audience is there to relate with you.
We're 200 million people, for God's sake. There's an audience.
Yeah, so that's something I really, I really have. Like, I really think, like, I really want to do if I had like the resources. So for now, what I do is like the game parts, like, try to talk to them, give them little resources. Oh, I don't get transport to go where they learn work this week. I said, okay, you know what? I got you for 1 month or so,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Some people just need a laptop to get started.
That's it. Some people just need a laptop and stuff.
I
like
remember
that.
that there was one guy that went viral on Twitter, right? He was coding and he built something on his phone.
Yeah.
I remember.
I remember.
Somebody just quoted it and said, like, you get a laptop from me, I'm getting you a laptop.
The crypto community
on your phone.
The online crypto community do this a lot. They empower a lot of people in their community. Like, for example, that guy that returned a certain amount of coin or something, USDT.
Yeah.
Bro, the guy was just receiving USDT donations from the crypto, like from American crypto. Yeah, in Nigerian. I think somebody wanted to send him $50 and the person sent $500, something like that. I can't remember. No, Solana was a coin.
Yeah.
Person said he returned it back. The guy tweeted it and people started donating to the guy's wallet, you know. Yeah, so a sense of community is very, very important. And it gives you that part where you see people who have done it before come talk to you. And like someone like Sabagbo especially, like it's something that is needed. Because anytime I go to that town, I see young people just lost. All they want to do is learn how to do Yahoo. Nobody's going to school because that's the only thing they see. Do you get?
That's why I love what Tunde Onokona is doing.
Bro,
is doing. That's why I love it. You know, what we're talking about is what he picked up himself.
That's what he did. Yeah.
And his entry into it was just the love of chess.
Chess, yes, I love it.
By the way, I've been playing a lot of chess, but on my mobile phone, man, I'm glad I'm playing it again. So nice.
Yeah, chess is the dope game. Yeah, I'm addicted to Scrabble though. That's my problem. So even when I say this week I'm going to play chess, I end up playing Scrabble. I play Scrabble a lot on my phone, stuff like that. I like Scrabble too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the fan mail. Woo! Who's excited for fan mail?
Always excited.
Oh yeah, shoot.
All right, let's go.
It's been long we got a marriage proposal for Ayo, so I don't know what's happening.
Well, guess what? We have a new segment debuting next week, and I'm going to say here, yes. The name of the segment is called "For the Love of Ayo." Right?
Brilliant.
And, yes, for the love of Ayo, and the segment is girls shooting their shot at Ayo.
Damn.
Yeah. So they describe themselves, they describe everything, and they, they're not positive, like everything about them is for Ayo to then say yes or no. And then a lady every week will shoot a shot at Ayo.
Do I get the red balloon?
And a pin. And a pin. But yes, it's debuting next week. It's called For the Love of Ayo. And yeah, people have I've already sent it to. There's a community of Ayo lovers, by the way, so I've sent it to them. So
nobody won't love me.
I think people love you already.
Religion. I'm changing religion
to Islam.
Yeah, and Islam allows
Don't share a trend on social media and get arrested. That's all I have to say. No, don't trend and get arrested.
In case wifey does not allow me, I'll just give her a little beating. Do you get? Just a little.
Yeah, that's what led to beating.
Your Lagos people, they are ready for you.
Oh, DVSA. Somebody opened the bad signal for DVSA. You understand? As it DSV, I mean DBS. What is
DSV?
How Obaseki did the bad signal for Rema. Somebody just did the bad signal for DB. The alarms went off in the company.
But shout out to Rema. Getting your governor to do that is a big flex. Shout out to Rema, dude.
Bro,
shout out to Rema. Shout out to Rema.
When you put it in the group, I didn't know it was Obaseki as well.
It's Obaseki now.
I said, wait, the hell? No, see, that is a big flex.
That's a big flex. Come on, man. That's a big flex.
I haven't been geeked as like.
No.
See, all of us here, we are tone deaf to this thing. We've gone through like the geek. We've gone through everything in Afrobeat and everything. Like nothing can surprise us anymore. To be honest, nothing they shock us like that anymore. We've seen everything. But I was geeked for
Rema, right?
Yeah, that's an amazing skit, right? The governor pulls the map and said, "We need you in town." Nah, I was mad.
It's mad.
And it's the bad thing, right? And for people who've been to Benin, I don't know if you've been to Benin. There are lots of bats. It's a it's a popular thing with the trees and everything, especially in the evening. You see the bats moving around and all of that. So him using the bat logo and everything
was
again.
a good,
Just
yeah,
come on, man.
yeah, okay.
Very beneath to the
Can't wait.
core.
I wish, I hope the stadium concert is successful and they pull it up, because it will mean that other people can now do it. Do you get?
And do
Yeah.
their
a
own
sta-
homecomings.
Do you get a stadium tour, a stadium concert in Nigeria that will be well done? And I
Yeah.
hope the production is good, everything is good,
I hope.
and it
Yeah.
can be
Yeah.
it can become a leg of a tour for like a Nigerian or like
Yeah.
a Nigerian artist. I just hope they can adopt it, because we don't have arenas. What of stadiums? Can we do it?
We have
Do you get-
stadiums.
Yeah, we have stadiums. Let's
Plenty.
try.
They are rotting away.
Yeah.
No, there's no way you can tell me.
Olamide did
Yeah.
20,000 at Teslim
At this
Balogun.
at
That's
Tesla,
Balogun.
thank you. You know, I just hope they can pull it off. And yeah.
Yeah. All right. Shout out to Rema. Okay, this is from John. John says, "Dear Giants, I hope this email finds you well." Yes, we are well. Thank you. I came across an article about Fidelity Bank's public share sale. I wanted to understand more about bank shares. Could you explain it to me in simple terms? Specifically, I'd like to know, will my initial investment, that is my principal account, be fixed regardless of the bank's gains or losses? 2, if I invest 1 million naira, that is buying shares at 9 naira 75 kobo per share, with each share being 50 kobo, how much will I expect to gain at the end of the business year? Thanks in advance for your help. This is a great question. Shout out to you, John. I've been seeing a lot of banks, right, put out ads and
The
PR
shares,
around selling their shares and all thing. I even got an email from, as we were speaking, as we were recording the pod, I got an email from GT Bank. They've been very aggressive about this thing, by the way.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
aggressive, right? Let me read GT Bank's own. The email headline says, apply to own shares of GT Co PLC today. Then the ad in the email says it's not just for existing shareholders. Own shares GT Co PLC at 44 naira 50 kobo per share. Apply. A lot of banks have been going ham. Why? That's a bigger conversation that we can always discuss in subsequent pods. But yeah, John, thanks for reaching us about this. Let's break it down, right? First thing you need to do is understand what bank shares are. So when you buy shares of a bank, you are basically purchasing a small piece of ownership of that bank. Do you understand? That's the concept, right? But let's go into your specific questions. The initial investment. So the value of that, your initial investment is not fixed. Sorry, my brother. It's not fixed, right? It can fluctuate based on the market price of the shares, right? That's the idea. So when you buy it, if the market price goes up, your investment goes up. If the market price comes down, your investment comes down. So if the bank performs well, the share price may increase. And if the bank performs poorly, the share price may decrease. So your investment value is varied accordingly. Now, talking about the expected gains, right? So if you invest 1 million naira, you buy shares 9 naira 7 kobo per share, right? You would basically be purchasing approximately, if you do the maths, 102,564 shares. So that's dividing 1 million by 9 naira 75 kobo per share, right? So that's what you have. Now, the gain you can expect depends on several factors. There are 2 factors. The first is what? Your dividend payments. So if the bank declares dividends, you will receive a portion of that bank's profits based on the number of shares you own. Do you understand? For example, if the bank declares a dividend of 50 kobo per share, you will then receive what? About 51,282 naira. How? You will multiply the shares you own by what? By the increase, by the dividend declared, which was what? 0.5 naira, which is like 50 kobo. Do you understand? That's the dividend at the end of the year. Now, the second one is the capital gains, right? So this is your increase in the share price, like we discussed. If the share price increases to 12 naira by the end of the business year, it means your shares is now worth what? About 1.2 million, 1.2 million 300 and sorry, 1,230,768 naira. How? You will now multiply your number of shares by what? The current share price, which is what? It had gone to 12 naira from 9 naira 75 kobo. So that will now give you a capital of what do you call it? 200. The capital gain will now be what? 230,000. So you minus your initial investment, which is the 1 million from the increase. Do you understand? That's basically it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So,
Dami Alonge. Oh, sorry, Osagie Alonge. Thank you.
yeah, fuck you. But it's important to understand that the investments in these shares, of course, come with risk. There's no guaranteed return. Your actual gains will be varied on the bank's performance. If the bank collapses or if the share price comes down, it means your money don't reduce.
You don't
right?
go.
You don't go. You know. So
What's
again,
the
it's
law?
just like it's
What's the
typically
law?
it's just like buying stocks. You
It's just
understand?
like buying stocks. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But again, please, and I should have said this before. I didn't give
You're not a
financial advice.
you're not a financial advisor.
This is not financial advice.
Caveats.
No.
Strong.
Uh-huh.
Because Osagie is not buying Fidelity Bank shares.
No, he didn't ask me that question. I'm not going to
I
answer
know.
it.
I'm just joking. I'm
You
just
understand? If you ask
Not
the
allowed
question,
back.
oh, should I buy? That's a different conversation. But you see me, my brother. Ba-bong, bong, bong. Bing, 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 ba-bong, bong, bong. That's what I would say. If you should buy Fidelity, because Fidelity has been going crazy, bro. These banks have been going crazy. You know, everybody now, oh yeah, come buy. That's all me I can say. Anyways, shout out to Bamboo and Shaka. Okay, this is from Anonymous. I greet you guys specially for all you do. Loose Talk Podcast is a major part of my weekly routine, and I recommend it to anyone who cares to listen. Guys, I dey inside real Ozeba at the moment, so let me jump right into it. I'm a regular guy living in the UK. I have a girlfriend who is also in the UK, but she's in Wales, which is about 5 hours away by train. We love each other so much, and our values align. Honestly, she's been great, and I have not had any complaints for the past 8 months we've been together. The only real I knew there was problem coming. I knew. The only real issue we had was that long distance wasn't letting us have enough physical intimacy as much as we'd like. She's already on a search for a job here in Newcastle to breach that. Now to my mess up. I even thought that was the problem. There's a real problem. Anyways, to my mess up, I had one babe here that was my winter babe. Look at you, Jon Snow. Look at this. Look at this, Jon Snow.
Technically, it's not a mess up, but continue.
Look at this, Jon Snow. We just hang out from time to time for knacks, nothing else.
Exactly.
So, shut up. So when I started dating my babe, we stopped linking up. Okay. So far, the guy said when he started dating his babe, he looked and said, "I'm now in a committed relationship. Back D away from me. We have to end what we have to end." Okay, so far, no problem. In fact, I had not seen her since December until last month at a function. One thing led to another. We had sex.
Returnee.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okafor's law. Once debe, always
debe.
Anyways, now this babe is telling me that she is pregnant.
Mess up.
You're not a David Beckham. You cannot pull out.
Mess up.
I don't know what to say at this point. I don't know what to say.
And I would assume that as a correct guy like you, for you to have raw sex with a girl, it's not correct girl, not fine girl. No. There's a possibility that, so my brother.
Nothing spoil.
Nothing spoil.
I don't know. Mess up. So just cancel. Make that one no find work for Newcastle again. Now make she just do where she did. You get to avoid wahala.
Avoid stories that touch.
Avoid stories that touch. Make that babe no come. No, make she no find work. No do Newcastle. Make she stay where she did. Just.
Help me, oh Lord, help me, oh Lord, help me. Anyways, let's keep on going. So, it says, in fact, she told me this 12 days after we had sex. That's pregnant. Yes, 12 days.
There's a cut here. There's a box here.
Hold up.
Please, those who have experience, at 12 days with the validity, is it the validity period?
So, hold up. I don't
12
know.
days.
12 days.
12 days.
No.
Okay. My reaction to that information wasn't great, but she has refused to show me the pregnancy test results. Refused to
Okay.
run another test. She's telling me she won't abort it and I shouldn't worry about it, that she'll take care of her baby alone. She's generally not communicating with me because she said I denied the baby and I don't deserve to know anything more. I have tried so many times to reason with her, but she's maintaining her stance. Now, I don't know what to do about the situation, even though we use protection, and I'm 90% sure I didn't nut in her. I am worried about the 10% chance. Guys, what do you think I should do?
Sorry, I don't
You're not the
understand.
father.
I don't understand
How's-
this story.
Yeah, Ayo, go ahead.
I don't understand this story. First of all,
You use protection. So
you
why
said
you
12 days. 12 days.
and you use protection?
And you use protection. And you're sure you did not in her. Bro, I don't understand this question you're asking us again. No. It's
Excuse
clear. You're
me.
not the father now.
No, I think this guy is being as meticulous as possible. First of all, we know that contraception is not 100%. It's not like it doesn't work 100%. Basically, it doesn't.
Contraception or protection.
Contraception is condom is
Osagie,
contraception.
do you know
It's
what
part
that
of-
10% is? That 10% is like 1 in a million of it not working.
And maybe this is 1 in a million.
This is
It's
not
possible.
one. I
It's
trust this guy.
probability. Guy, this is statistics.
No.
Now statistics will chop.
Condom, they work all the time. Please, you don't hear this kind of one.
You know, so it's clear here. Now let's go to the real thing, right? How do we advise this young man to move forward? The lady says, you know what, don't worry, I'll take care of it myself since you denied it. So he didn't tell us he denied it, but I'm sure he didn't inform us. But what I'm seeing from her own reaction is that maybe when she mentioned it, there was like some pushback. Say, are you sure? You know, all of that.
Exactly. Expressing doubts is not denial.
Maybe that kind of escalate, but we don't know in specifics, in the specifics of what he did. But it has escalated to a point where she says she will take care of it herself. My brother, UK you day.
There's no taking care of it yourself.
UK you day. You are going to receive the letter.
You receive the summons, bruv.
You understand? You are going to receive the letter. Okay, so it's better to get ahead of it now. And how do you get ahead of it? Try and reason with this lady, right? Try to reason with this lady. First of all, ascertain that she is indeed pregnant. And if she is pregnant, or she's saying that she's pregnant, right? Bro, you don't know if it's your child? Are you going to leave your child for one person to raise? It's your child at the end of the day. You're not sure, so try and make sure. But you should also be invested. How I see it is that you should be invested in raising your child. So you should be committed to knowing if it's your child. And the first step is being committed to know if she's pregnant. She says she's pregnant. So, hey, can we have another test? Can we even go to the hospital? Because that has to start immediately.
No. But she's saying no.
And that's where you have test. That is where you now have to reason with her. Because you have to be a responsible person. It's the most responsible thing to do.
But what
if she refused?
To reason with her.
What if she refuses to reason?
Then you would have to wait till she delivers.
Yeah, you wait till she delivers.
Yeah.
But what role do you now play in it during the pregnancy?
You have to.
You play along until
no, because if she says it's your child, you have to believe her. It's your child. Okay. 12 days I know it's crazy, 12 days, but it's like scientifically,
it can happen.
Yeah, exactly.
It can happen.
So you have,
if she says
probabilities.
This guy. If she says it's your child, then you can't, because you can say, well, maybe she's lying, she's this, but you know what? What if she isn't? And what if she isn't and you have a child? Are you proud of your child learning about you abandoning him or her when she
was pregnant?
Old, yeah, when her mother or his mother was pregnant. Are you proud of your child learning that story? That's how I see it. So this is the cost. This is the cost of what? This is the cost of indiscipline. You have to bear the cross. It's the cost of indiscipline. You have a girlfriend. You went and did what? You went and double dipped
But the girlfriend know they're around. Man, guys not no. The girlfriend know
And you
they're
know, say
around.
winter serious.
And winter,
You know,
babe. He said it now.
I'm Jon
winter.
Snow.
Winter is coming.
I'm Jon Snow.
You
The guy
get-
says Jon
It's
Snow.
not good for a man to be alone during cold
It
period.
does not, and he's also as a man, he's also good that regularly because of prostate cancer. Do you
So
get?
about cancer, you have to think
Now,
about
because
it.
of prostate cancer, men they do this thing sometimes. Oh. Do you get? Now
Actually.
it's for health reasons.
Oh my
You
You
god.
can't blame them. You can't blame them
Chemotherapy
now.
is very expensive.
It's very expensive now. So
This song is for all the people that cannot hold their body. Everybody. This is the soundtrack. This is the soundtrack to your life. For people that cannot hold their body. I don't understand the snow that you people are talking about now. Because we're in summer.
But it's all snow. It was this snow period now.
Alright, listen to this.
We've been going out for 2 years. You did strong body when I did look for action. You keep telling me I did move too fast. See, I did impatient. Well, how the hell are we supposed to last? If I go party and she did with me and I meet somebody new. When I won't collect a number like she don't agree me do. I don't wanna be unfaithful, but I gotta tell the truth to you.
Me, I no be Superman. That's freestyle, man. I love that record. Anyways, guys, let's keep it a buck. This is the price of indiscipline. You have a girlfriend, you messed up, you have to follow it through. You have to follow
Yeah,
it.
not arguing. You have to follow it through until concrete evidence proves otherwise.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
follow it.
you have to follow it through. If she
Yeah.
says you are the father, you have to follow it through. Guess what? If she said now that she says you are the father, like, and she says you have to follow it through. Like everything is, like all hands on the table. Follow it through now. Since she says the father, I think you should even go the next step and say, "Hey, I'm the father of this child. I'm here to take care of this child. So you also can't deny me access of taking care of my child." I don't know what the laws are, but that's how I would see it. Because I no fight you now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's my child too. You have to now go, take it to the last mile.
Person will use protection, constantly give person belly. It's kind of wild with this.
My brother, it's not be small thing.
Ah.
First of all, you should even sue.
If it now turns out that no, I don't even think you can sue because it can be an honest mistake. Do you
No,
understand?
I meant the CD company. I meant the condom company. But they've already said
oh my god.
telling me a defective product.
Oh god.
It's a tough one, but you this is what responsibility is. In my opinion, no, you can't because what if it's your child? You understand? And if it's not your child, that is the price of indiscipline. So you have to follow it through. And then when the baby is delivered, by the grace of God, you can then carry out the DNA test.
In 9 months' time.
You understand? You carry out the DNA test. So you are.
What if she refuses to carry out the DNA test?
To ascertain who I think I don't know, get your lawyers involved.
Someone is refusing
in
to
the UK.
Someone is refusing
Mm-hmm.
to do another test to confirm if she's pregnant.
Right? Forget the DNA test, bro.
Let's assume she's not pregnant, right? Because at
Yeah.
least I think a test can determine how long the pregnancy is or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly.
I mean, but that would not be like the test from the supermarket. That would be like at a...
No, that would be like the hospital, the one at the
Yeah.
hospital, right?
Yeah.
That would now ascertain, okay, was it my nax that did this? Or
Yeah.
stuff
How many
like
weeks
that?
is
How
this?
many
Yeah.
weeks? Stuff like that. Do you get? So, come on now. Come on.
Yeah. My guy, I saw a bill. We don't give you the advice, so
Also,
I'm sorry.
the
Your
only-
winter...
I know I don't have I'm not because of obviously I'm not being like morally upright or anything. I don't see your faults for this whole thing because you use protection. So I don't know what's going to happen. That one, I just they pay me.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're going to use protection, they pull out. Is
I
that the
don't
new one?
understand again.
Is this what the world is going to?
I don't
Don't be
understand
celebrating.
again.
No, you want to wear
They
condom
pull
and
out his
see us.
condom again. I don't understand.
Don't be celebrating again.
Get
What's
it,
the funny about that?
See,
the what
my brother, let me tell you something. If Apple, Microsoft, and all these tech companies can say do 2FA, I don't see why you as a human being should not be doing 2FA.
Yes.
Now, so I see him. If everybody says you should do 2FA, you as a human being, please do 2FA. Now, so it be. All right, so I wish you the best. I hope we've given you something that you can take and, my brother, I wish you the best. Anyway, this is from Base. Base says, good day, OG Giants. I would love if you would all lean more into music conversations. This is what made your OG listeners fall in love with your show. I hope we've been able to give you a good
tried
music
today
show.
Today almost 30 minutes now. So
Yeah,
that's
we
good.
tried today. With recent political rantings, y'all always make AOT2 sound like that old Ibadan man in a car park shouting, ah, ah.
Now, wow.
Then he puts in brackets, he says, I mean no tribalism. Anyways, the reason for my mail is the case of Shantizu and Burna Boy, who deserved the Headies next rated in 2013. Wow. Right. For me, I'd say Shantizu because he had bigger songs and personality. The journey eventually went out to perform live by numbers and quality. Even the production of lyric could not touch the range of D-Tunes. Unfortunately, as Shantizu isn't as big anymore, they love to use it as to make a mockery out of him, as if he and Ayanuma Shaun, that is the CEO of Smooth Promotions, the organizers of the Headies, that robbed Burna Boy. Meanwhile, Burna wasn't just better than the best. I'd like you guys' opinion on this. I think we've kind of already done like
covered it
breakdown
already.
of that.
Yeah.
And I think at that point when that award was to be given, it was very clear that Shantizu was the next rated, artist. And he hadn't even dropped the album by then. That's even the crazy thing. Because back then, you couldn't have had an album to be on the next rated.
Yeah, next rated. That's true.
Yeah. So he hadn't even dropped the Johnny. And
That's
then he
true.
went on to drop the Johnny. Burna dropped like, come on, man. All right. So now on to my next point. I love Burna Boy and he is currently the 001. But his fans keep on making it look like he was this good ever since, but we ignored him. Meanwhile, the case was he was always good, but not better than the best at those times. But eventually, come 2017, 2018, he became better than the best. And my theory on why Burna Boy eventually became 001 is because of Zlatan. He finally found the balance between what, for lack of words, I call elite lyrics and straight lyrics on Killing Them. I sort of agree with, I think why people do that whole, you guys slept on Burna thing is twofold. One is the early fan base that loved him, and we were all the early fan base.
Yes, we are all
there was no when he dropped the Born Identity, the mixtapes. There were just people listening to music,
Yep.
Yeah, and we all listened to it and said, oh, this guy, okay, just like everybody, But I think when he dropped Like to Party, I will tell you for a fact, everybody looked at this guy and said, this guy is special.
Yeah,
there was nobody
it's unique.
There's nobody that pushed Like to Party to the side. So this whole thing of you guys slept on Burna, there was nothing like that. Because he dropped Like to Party.
The industry slept on him. Someone that was signed to a label.
You understand? A label that had OAPs on payola.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? Do you understand? Like on rotation. He was signed to a label. Funny enough, he was signed to a label that was now had another global distribution, 960
distribution. Exactly.
Yeah. Do you understand? What are you talking about? Slept on.
His music was played. What was more industry than being on a record label?
Oh my God! His music was played everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. He was being featured in all the music videos.
Everything.
Bro,
Burna Boy was in Damiduro.
Yes.
He was the first rookie of the year. Headies rookie of the year. Him and Dami Crane.
Forgotten.
Yes. He performed like the first rookie. Him and Dami Crane together.
Oh, that's when he fell off stage.
Yes. So I'm not surprised when the people now say Headies don't fuck with Burna. That was the first award show that consigned him. Now, what are you people saying?
That's true. There was that as well. Once he dropped Like to Party, boom. Then he dropped Tonight. Oh, you know, then he dropped the record he did at the Shrine, and it took off from there. Like, so that whole, oh, we slept on burn, no. And from there, he dropped Life. Life wasn't great, right? Life was good, was a good album. I'll say a
Yeah, it wasn't
3.5, like a 3.5, me, in my own opinion. Then he dropped On a Spaceship, which wasn't a good album.
At all.
On a Spaceship
And
wasn't a good album. Then he went and
also-
he realized, then he went and did Resurrection,
Yeah.
the
Redemption.
EP.
The
So I
EP.
said Resurrection.
That
Redemption.
was resolution. The redemption. Yeah.
He
Sorry.
literally called the EP Redemption.
Yeah.
And then from
That's
there,
true.
he did Outside, you know, and took it off from there.
Yeah.
So let's give it a buck, you know. The guys, for me, I've told you, there are 3 elite Afrobeat artists. The elites is
The
Burna Boy,
industry
is
slept on him,
Wandiko,
and the biggest music
Two-Face
platform
Idibia.
at that time came and said, "This guy is very talented, but if he continues with this BS, it's not going to last long." So, like, I don't understand what you
It
people.
was on
and people
everybody's
forget that
radar.
part.
I don't understand.
People forget that Burna Boy was very problematic.
They
Especially
leave
in
him.
that second album period.
He
Leave
went
them
on a
alone.
road. There were 6
went on
news
a-
stories.
Yes.
At the point, I think there was someone in the newsroom. I told the person, like, there's 6 different news stories on this guy. Curate it and say, you
Yeah.
know, like,
The timeline.
I was on the phone with Burna Boy's PR almost every week.
Shout out
No,
to
the love pause. The love pause back then. Man.
You
What's
know,
her name again? Trying to
so
remember her name.
but I get your point in terms of like really understanding and killing the game. I think from the African Giant album with Killing Them with Zlatan, I think that's when the African Giant album is still my fave.
Shout out to Zlatan.
Yeah, Burna Boy album. You know, the other ones have pockets of brilliance everywhere, but I think
Yeah.
African Giant is it. Then I
Sums
love
them all.
I Told Them. I told them. The last one.
That's now two iconic verses on features from Zlatan.
The record on the Whiskey
Mm.
album
that
song
one
is
is
not
more than that one.
iconic. It's not
What?
It's not iconic. It is not iconic. It's a
No,
Come
great
on, forget that level.
It's a great verse. It is not
Forget that
iconic.
level. It's iconic. It's
Do you know what they
Steve
call
just loves that
iconic?
verse.
Do you know what they
Steve
call
loves
iconic?
this.
Steve
What
just
do they call
loves. Is
iconic?
it
It's killing
Iconic.
them is iconic. It's the verse of killing them iconic.
the Killing Them verse is
And the
iconic.
verse of IDK is iconic too. Let's
It's not
go.
iconic.
It is.
It's not iconic. Should I play you an iconic verse?
Oh yeah, no.
Let me play you an iconic verse. This is what they call iconic.
Oh,
I
this
agree. This is number one.
Freestyle's verse is iconic. Let me move it to
This is number one. But
Freestyle's verse.
Zlatan has to.
I said this is the rap verse that made him rap.
That made him.
That made him believe that YouTube could rap. Like
Freestyle desecrated his record.
more that
You might as well take my body and soul, cause you got everything else under control. I'm trapped behind bars, mommy won't let me out on parole. So crazy like that Kelly Rowland lady, my heart was stole, emotions getting messed up. See, you let me get stuck, putting me on cruise like you feeling my steam. But would you believe, all my yarns just follow the breeze, blow like say, I no go be find woman replace you, I no go send you forever, you know be wine and face too. But I will feel a sense of loss when you're gone, but they plenty where you from, so I will carry on, doing what I do best. With the next shorty sporting a cute dress, word to my honeys in Miami, all in US. Soldier go, soldier come, no this scope me they run. I'm not that small boy, don't take me no kind of fun. I know you feel interested really, so stop acting silly and cut the crap. You stole my heart, girl, I want it back.
My God, that is iconic, Steve. Please.
Yeah.
raw.
Yes.
Okay,
It's-
it
I
says-
agree.
Lastly, why do stands like lying, bro? That is a
That's what they are
whole
stands.
that is a whole textbook.
That's why they're constants. It's their job.
That is a whole textbook. Anyways, or am I the one unaware of the virality of Burna Boy's mixtapes? Because now he's big. They make it look like Born Notice and Born Identity were not just an underground sensation, but something all fans automatically knew. I get it. They're just rewriting the narrative. I get you, my
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah.
The situation for me is like the 50 Cent mixtapes. The mainstream didn't know about it till Get Rid or Die Trying. But then after the album, people became aware of it and started lying like they used to listen to it before the album. Thanks and please Let this be a discussion. Absolutely right, my brother.
Correct.
Absolutely right. Let me tell you for a fact, including me, right? It was until I listened to Wankster that came out on Wankster
was one who introduced me to
50,
Man.
right? And it was
Wankster.
thank you. Wankster came out on the 8 Man soundtrack.
Although I knew him, when he got shot, I got his story. I saw the story somewhere. Like I knew of the idea of 50 Cent.
Yeah.
But Wankster was the first record I heard. And not during the album time though. Like before the album.
It was the 8 Mile
soundtrack. Thank you.
They shot the video for it. So
yes,
that is when I knew, and that was in 2002. See, it was that record Wankster that blew 50 that made Kevin D and Big Boss Jigga to then pirate his old work. That's when his old work became viral. Power of a Dollar.
When I saw it, thank you. That's when I started seeing the CD.
Thank you. Nigeria, 50 Cent is the future and all of that. Then the mixtapes, that's how they all found their way to Nigeria. I'll give you, so my brother, I feel you.
Although I knew him from How to Rob, but I just know that he disappeared. I didn't know about any shooting.
I knew How to Rob after when Wankster dropped. All those things.
I knew How to Rob.
Yeah.
But I just knew that he disappeared. So later when he came back, they said they shot him. I'm like, wow. Okay.
Yeah. It was because of Ghetto Quran, the record Ghetto Quran. That's why they shot him, by the way.
Yeah, Ghetto Quran, that's why they shot, yeah.
All right. This is from Anonymous. This is the last one, by the way. Hello, guys. It's a great job you're doing providing your perspective to the happenings of the Nigerian society, even though the political, economic, and therefore the cultural aspects get worse by the day. How low can we go? I've been a long-time listener, and I must say there have been countless times I thought of writing in, but I forgot after listening to the episode. Now look at you. Just look at you. 2 of your talking points on the Good Vibes episode struck me, and I feel I should also share my 2 cents. I'll be 13 naira. On the subject of Ajo, while I agree mostly with Osagie's point of view, I believe, like most financial investment strategies, opting to engage in such schemes is dependent on the individual's level of risk aversion. To the older generation, indulging in Ajo made sense as a source of uncollateralized loans or a great way to save money for a specific cause. Imagine the interest rates bank and microfinance houses will provide to the petty trader and the collateral expected to back such microloans. Ajo has saved many low-income families, especially women, with emergency funds. The risk inherent in Ajo can boil down to one thing: trust. Our cultural values and integrity is gradually eroding, and as such, it doesn't make sense to indulge in it. The reason why this scheme is popular in markets and close-knit communities or groups is because, to some extent, the members are known and trusted over time on financial issues. My major dislike for Ajo is that it does not take into consideration the time value of money. Only the first recipient actually, wins or gains. I do not understand why people can be averse to adopting new fintech solutions. If brick and mortar banks can fail, who is it to say the startups are any better? How many people know where the offices of Cowrywise and Piggyvest are located? Abego. Totally agree with him. I like the context he's also provided. It's true. It's actually true. This is why those things existed. Nobody was going to give you uncollateralized loans. You had to bring something. You had to bring your house or whatever, right? Yeah. Or like in the market space, you quickly need an emergency fund, right? And it's your time to either pick up or you can even swap with somebody. Usually happens that way. Now you're supposed to collect now, but let me collect now. You collect in 2 weeks' time. That usually happened as well. Made a lot of sense. I think one way to do it, right, especially if in these circumstances, is to put the fund, right, to put the money in a fund so it can actually turn over some amounts, right? Some people now have even put, like OPay does daily returns on investments. So even if you're putting, I think it's called Wealth or something, you can put it in there, right? And then maybe you guys group together and you save the £1 million, then put £1 million in that fund, and then it's rolling over every day. And then the money that you use in rolling over, you can then use that money as part of, administrative purposes. You have a community. You can even save it as something else for the community. Maybe somebody...
or even share it.
Share it. At the end, you can even say, okay, at the end of the year, this is our dividend, so to say. and that can be shared at the, so yeah. It says on the subject of black tax, these are the steps I take to give peace of mind as the firstborn child. From the time I earned 40,000 naira per month 12 years ago till now, I earn foreign currency abroad. Budgeting has always been my saving grace. For the percentage of my earnings that I set aside for goodwill, that is, black tax, tithe, and giving, I do not exceed the budget. One thing that helps budgeting is the art of saying no, both directly and indirectly. I also have a ranking of people's importance in my life. My parents are non-negotiable. They are sent a set amount monthly. I send more if requested and if the budget allows. Siblings' requests are on per request basis, and their requests are also scrutinized under necessities for health and education. Same for other relatives. But if I really don't know you, my brother, my sister, or your, any request that is a lifestyle concern, that, for example, phone, etc., I don't honor except for my parents. My parents also know not to ask on behalf of others because I have set a precedence to not give if I do not know the reason. Relatives can smell a mugu onyoma CY from a mile away. I'm also very thorough in how I give. I will request for the school portal account, hospital account, etc. if you claim health education reasons. And I do not necessarily give 100% of what is requested for. I also do not give loans to extended relatives asking to start a business. Keep doing the good work, guys. When are you going to invite the girls, Bad Gal Mo and Jess Finesse? How is Ade? You guys rarely mention him on the pod. Shout out to Ade. He's doing very well. Shout out to him. And yeah, if we can get Mo and Jess, why not? We'll get them on the pod. But yeah, back to black tax. Guys, if you are reading this or if you're listening to this and you've struggled with black tax, I think this is a black tax 101 strategy that you can immediately adopt.
Principle.
Very good one. Sorry, do you remember the loose stock budget doc sheet one time that you shared?
Yes, I remember.
I still use it. That's my budgeting sheet.
Wow, till today.
I love it. I don't think I can go a day without looking at that app. Like I use that sheet to run my money life. And it's very helpful. Yeah.
That's dope. Yeah, we've gotten to the end of this episode. Hope you guys liked it. It's an extended episode. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys are doing well. Any last tips?
Did you give a shout out today? Okay, shout out to girl dads. Okay.
Yeah, I did. I would always do a shout out now.
Yeah, that's true.
Me, I always do a shout out. I have to do a shout out. You have, like, it's me. I gotta do a shout out. It has to happen.
Yeah.
It has to happen. All right, man. And we would I guess we'll catch you guys next week.
Sure. Yeah. Next week, guys.
Yeah. Next week. We'll catch you guys next week.
If Jesus tarries, or how did they put it again?
There's a way they say that thing, Abi.
There's a way they say it.
If the Lord tarries, man.
If the Lord tarries.
Oh God, Nigerians. Now they tire me.
Nna meza akpata menyi. Nna meza akpata menyi. Mambe isene patonye. Mambe isene patonye. Nasi mane nyadu benyi chebenyi. Odika sina akpata menyi. Nasi mane nyadu benyi chebenyi. Odika sina akpata menyi. Akwenyi ga-abụ isi oche. Akwenyi ga-abụ isi oche. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Na-asị ma nịnya chebe enyi. Ọ dịgasị na-akpata m enyi. Na-asị ma nịnya dube enyi chebe enyi. Ọ dịgasị na-akpata m enyi. Na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Enyi na-aga na isoghị n'azụ. Gbogbo ngwo.